Make sure everything's good. Get inside of the party. Have a lot of fun here today. 5, 4, 3, 2. Yep, we're live. Live. Topics are ready. Gonna get the scroll done in a little bit. Everything is open here. Wow. So much shit. So much shit. I don't even want to be here. It's probably taking too much bullshit. I don't have to be here. So generic. It's just so bland, boring. I don't know. They could do better than that. They can do better than that. What's going on, Caleb? I know that somebody's going live in 2 hours, so it probably might fuck up the viewership. But we have 2 hours to cover some stuff before people branch off, if they do. This is the PlayStation Legion Sunday show. We're waiting for other people to get in here. We have our topics. It's gonna be crazy. What's going on, Caleb? David, what's going on? Good evening. It is after 2 o'clock now. Okay. I'll do my part to share the link, because YouTube is still probably not fucking around with that. We're good here. That's fucking weird. Sunday show. Great. Okay, we got that one. Run over to Twitter and do the same fucking thing. Just post the notifications. There we go. Go. And here we are here. There we go. And great. Pretty sure we are good here. No, Facebook doesn't even work. I still post the notifications over there for the people that do see them, but and I learned this from a long time ago. They basically want you to pay them so they can advertise whatever post that you made on your own page or on your own group, which I feel like it's really stupid. Because if someone's a part of your group or your page, they should automatically get the notifications if they agreed to that. I shouldn't have to pay Facebook to send out the notifications to the people that are already following the page or group. Same thing with YouTube. I shouldn't have to repost any of this stuff for notification reasons, because YouTube's already supposed to be making sure people know that we're live, but they don't send the links. And most people don't know when we're live. Even though we go live the same time, Saturday and Sunday. Saturdays at 1 p.m. East Coast time. Sundays at 2 p.m. East Coast time. There's one thing I wanted to get out the way. I think I can do it. There we go. Great. I want to update that shit. There we go. Okay. What a good thing is, sorry, replying to a text. Okay. Good. Great. 10 people here. Rated D, Enzo, Jamar Bates, Dom P, Raph the Emperor, Rollo, EDM Gamer. I want to thank all of you guys for being here. I'm pretty sure more people will come later on. So I just wanted to make sure we had all of these. I'm going to put these as the topics for the scroll. Okay. I think that's about it for what we got here. There we go. Okay, we got the scroll going on. Got a good amount of the topics. We probably will add additional topics. Most of my attention has been gobbled up this week either by work, Ghost, family, or Xbox. So we didn't really. I didn't pay attention to any PlayStation news if there was any, because it was overshadowed by the failure of Xbox. And I'm glad that PlayStation allowed them to fail. Wow, that's just a fucking very biased article. Okay, we wanted to talk about, first off, we're gonna go over the Xbox July event, but this time it's gonna have a spin. I'm just gonna be looking at the comment section for the next 20 to 25 minutes, and I just want to know what your takeaways are. So let's go read them off. If you want to send a super chat, you can do that. That's cool. Thank you for going live with the chat. Are straight delusional right now. Hold on. I lost brain cells. The ILP chat? What is the ILP? What podcast is that? Okay, so what's going on, Verge? How you doing, man? Yep, it's the Sunday show. Adam's in here, but he'll get in here a little bit. I actually gotta go get my food, so I just want you guys to give me some takeaways from the show. Okay, I wanna give you the only thing I gave a fuck about. This is it. That's all I cared about. I was very excited when I found out that it was Fable. You know, I think it was Adam that said, "Hey, this is Fable," or somebody else in the chat that was saying, "Hey, it's Fable." I was very excited to see Fable pop up at the end of the cinematic, but then I was immediately disappointed that I didn't get to see any gameplay. And as you know, with movies and video games, when you see such a short trailer or a teaser, it normally means that that movie or that video game is long off. That means you're going to be waiting a while. If you don't see a teaser, if you don't see any cinematics from a video game or a movie, you know that you're going to be waiting for a longer time than if you do see a teaser. I think Fable is probably 3 to 4 years away. There's some other games we have to talk about that had a soft delay, but no one was talking about it. But I was excited to see Fable. I was very hyped to see Fable, but I was very disappointed that we couldn't see any gameplay. We're gonna do some comparisons. I have the PS4 running. We're not gonna be playing Ghost of Tsushima during the Sunday show, so you don't have to worry about any boring moments. But I am setting it up for YouTube so that we can do some honest comparisons and look at some of this stuff. I do have a video being planned this week. I've already captured the footage, so trust me, I will go through with it this week. It will be Killzone Shadowfall versus Halo Infinite. As you know, Halo Infinite was 4K 60. I have it in 1080p 30. You know that Killzone Shadowfall multiplayer is under 1080p, but it is 60 frames. I have it captured in that resolution. We will be comparing the two. I will upscale the video to 4K, and I will post that video this week. It will be a back and forth, so that's what we're going to be doing this week. You will see that video. And I'm just going to give you guys my live impressions or how I feel about that. You know, we did it during the live stream yesterday. And at the time I was recording this raw footage, making sure that it was the best quality, and downloading the best quality I could from Halo. If I can find higher, I will. It's disappointing that Killzone, a 7-year-old game, can even be comparable to a brand new Halo game. There are Halo fans that are comparing older Halo games to this new Halo game, saying that the older Halos look better than this. There are people saying that Doom looks better than Halo. I am one of them. Not impressed. We're going to talk about that too, Rallo. Trust me, I'm reading all the comment sections. What's going on, Ice Queen Gaming? I see that Enzo's rocking his new logo and shit. I'm trying to get everybody with the logos. What's going on, Stardust? How you doing? Welcome back to the Sunday show. I'll be right back. Let me grab this food. I'll be right back. Okay. Looks like we got good amount of viewers here. Definitely getting started. Okay, so I have a sound bite. This video was presented to us in the PlayStation Legends. I think it was the Sunday Show server. This is the server we normally use when we talk for the podcast. But Adam posted this video. I think it was 12 o'clock my time. I didn't check it out until like maybe an hour or two ago. And then like about 40 minutes ago, I actually watched it. I was really disappointed in what I heard. So I'm going to go to the full video. And then I'm going to let you guys think about what's going on. Now, these are influencers. They work for Kinda Funny, a.k.a. the podcast that Greg Miller started with Colin Moriarty. So they're very biased. They have an Xbox background, obviously, if you hear how they talk. I don't like it. I think it's stupid. But I think you guys need to hear this, and we're going to play this at least 5 times during the podcast. This is very, very important.
The Modern Warfares, the Destinies, they're all going to, and there's a handful of games that make the difference on either side, but it's not that big a deal. It's going to come down to price, it's going to come down to services, it's going to come down to user experiences, quality of life, things like that. Like, what system do you enjoy having more? And that's not just about the games, it's about everything surrounding the games. And it is really about value as well. And Game Pass is the best value out there. I don't believe Sony does have anything even remotely as competitive as that. When you factor in not just the price of the machine, but then how much money are you going to spend? You could never buy a game on this next generation and be very happy. Just get the Game Pass subscription, and there's going to be more than enough for you to play.
I'm not going to buy another game ever again.
You never have to.
It's true. But I was like, I'm not going to do that. That feels so weird. To have to not do that. But then the fact that, again, this is like a multi-million-dollar corporation who's not forcing me to do that. And I think when we talk about, what the next generation is leading into, I think a perspective that I keep wanting to share to totally just jump off what you would.
Okay, so the dude is hyping up Game Pass on a level beyond what I've heard from Phil Spencer or Aaron Greenberg. And I've watched all the E3s, all the Inside Xboxes, the July event. These guys must have got paid a lot of money to say what they just said. The girl has a very valid point. When every game is going to Game Pass, as far as the first party is concerned, you don't need to buy another game. But the way that they just marketed Game Pass is as though the majority of the AAA third-party games will also be on the service day one when the games launch. That is false. Assassin's Creed will not be on Game Pass. Cyberpunk, that won't be on Game Pass. Don't expect Call of Duty or whatever the next Battlefield is going to be. Those games are not on Game Pass. And as far as Game Pass is concerned, games leave that service all the time and they don't return. The games that this guy was talking about, which are not very attractive at all, and I would not pay for Game Pass to play those games, are the first party lineup we saw at the July event on Thursday. I'm pretty sure we all can agree that the stuff we saw Thursday wasn't enough to warrant a $15 a month subscription to Game Pass. First of all, not quality games. Second of all, none of them had release dates or release window for 2020, meaning that the games shown would not come out at launch. That means if you pay for Game Pass, you will be paying for Game Pass for no fucking reason, other than being an idiot or a fanboy. That means you get no value, because the games you wanted on Game Pass are not available yet. Third, the games you really want, the majority of gamers play multi-platform titles, myself included. Not as much as other people, but hey, we play multiplats. Every type of gamer plays multi-platform titles. Those games will not be on Game Pass day and date. AAA third-party devs depend on individual game sales to survive. The $60 price point is there so they can get their revenue and continue to make better games. I don't see them making any reasonable revenue off of Game Pass. Yes, Microsoft has to give out a lot of money so they can get a contract to get these games on Game Pass. But once that money once they get that money, they're not making anything else on Game Pass. Microsoft, on the other hand, they are. It's their service. That's why they are requiring every first-party dev to put their game on Game Pass. Because they don't know how many times they're going to be spending tons of money to get the biggest and best AAA multi-platform games on that service. It's really confusing that they think that gamers are too stupid to understand this. But some of the Xbox gamers are really, really dumb. They follow Phil Spencer wherever he goes, whatever he says, they believe it. I am looking at the comment section right now. I need to understand. Do you guys see a value? I talked to Adam about this. Hopefully he pops up so we can have this another heated discussion. He believes that Game Pass is such a good value that gamers will pick Xbox over PlayStation because you don't have to buy any games. However, when you have exclusives in that factor, a part of that factor, why are you buying Xbox? You know the best games are on PlayStation. Even if you have to spend $60 each, you know where the games are. So why would you go and side with Xbox if the games you want to play are on PlayStation? It's not fucking simple. Casuals, they might fall for that shit. The fact of the matter that Game Pass is also available on PC as well as the current generation consoles, which are Xbox Ones, Xbox One S's, Xbox One X's. Again, you don't really need to upgrade to the next level of Xbox when the service that people are continuously hyping up is still available on the modern consoles. I'm trying to figure out if anybody has a valid reason of buying a new Xbox for this service when games aren't coming out, when they're making it seem like games are going to be there, but they're not. You got to have the majority of the games that are currently available for Game Pass now or will be added in the coming months. But once we get to November, what launch game that you saw at the event that has a release window is going to be on Game Pass? Don't say Halo because we know it's there, but we know it's not going to be ready. What game? How many people in the comment section can name the games that had release dates? I hope people understand Forza Motorsport had no release date, no release window. It didn't say 2020. I think that State of Decay might have said 2021. There are some other games that said 2021. There was a lot of games that were saying like next year or the year after, or not saying a date at all or a year at all. It scared the shit out of me because a lot of the PlayStation games are already ready. If they're not coming out this year, you know they're coming out next year. Again, that is the one topic we did not put on the scroll. The dev kit. Now, the topics I'm about to put... Sorry, the topics I'm about to put down are, where is...
You got topics over there, you're just going to shut on the brute all.
Shut the fuck up.
Program.
Where's the Xbox Series?
Yeah, Phil Spencer lied to me. And why I'm sad.
You fucker, you're fucking up my concentration. What was that other thing I wanted to add? It'll come to me. The dev kit. Oh, there we go. Why There we go. Perfect. I'm done. Okay. Those are the additional topics. The additional topics are where is the Xbox Series X dev kit? We will get to that. And why was Halo Infinite running on a PC? I needed these. Those two are very, very important. Thank you, Sam, for popping in. Again, we know Adam is here, but he's going to be here later. J Love has just popped in. Thank you guys for showing up.
Put that brute thing on the screen.
We're going to do that.
Oh, yo, what's up, fellas? What's good, man? What's good, everybody?
What's going on the going
What's up, Jay Hart?
Yo, what's up, Sam, man? What's up, Jay-Tech? Yo, it's crazy in these streets, man, these YouTube streets. It's crazy out here, B.
Not that crazy.
What? Man, you ain't see shit what I seen, bro.
No.
It looked like I just seen a UFO, nigga.
You did?
Yeah, man.
It's fucking crazy.
You got motherfuckers committing suicide out this motherfucker, bro.
Oh, boy. Come on, bro. I wanted to, you know, not to make light of suicide. I don't believe in making jokes about death at all. But I do want to say that a lot of Xbox fans, and I want to have a good discussion. I'm glad you guys popped in when you did. The chat, I'm still reading your comments, so don't think I'm not seeing that shit. Why are Xbox fans saying that they're retiring? Now, and I'm gonna call them out by name because I don't believe in talking about people behind their back. Fatal said that he was retiring from the PlayStation Legion as well as retiring from the console war. He gave some sort of bullshit excuse about the console new generation. He wants to leave. And I was at work. I was done all my work on Friday, and Thrash had a round table. I popped in. I saw Fatal there. I think you guys might remember Uncompetitive. He was on the PlayStation Legion podcast for a little bit. He gave me a long-ass message months ago about he was leaving all of social media forever. I saw Uncompetitive on the round table. I'm going to put it this way. If you're going to leave, or you're going to sit up there and tell me you're leaving social media, or you're leaving the console war, I don't expect to see you around. It makes you fake when you say something, but you don't commit. As simple as that. Now, the major person in question is Kid Smooth, talking about he wants to leave Twitter or something like that, or he wants to leave the console war. But he didn't do all of that the day before the Xbox July event. He had those feelings days after the Xbox July event, after the whole world was laughing at Xbox.
Yep.
So, let's go around. J-Love, why are they leaving? Why are they retiring from gaming? Why are they retiring from social media? What happened that would make them leave?
I'm going to draw, what my conclusion to that is, I heard about that, what you just said, Jay. It's funny because I was listening to that podcast that Fatal said, because it's Xbox failed. The Xbox gaming division probably failed them, and they disappointed, so they're retiring. That's what I get out of it. They're retiring because the brand that they came up with, or they love, they failed them. That's the conclusion I'm drawing up.
And it's true, but the fact of the matter is, they're not admitting that. We know why they're leaving. Don't get me wrong. I'm not stupid. I know why they're leaving, or why they're retiring, or backing away from social media, or feel that they need to back away or reinvent themselves. For podcast, I saw D-Batch change the background of his profile picture. It had some red back there. He used to have the red and black. Now he has one side is green and the other side is blue as representation that he's neutral. But he's not neutral. He's an Xbox fanboy, and we know he is.
Yeah.
So I want you guys to be very smart when you go out here supporting people. A lot of them might try to reinvent themselves for next gen. They might try to run away and then reappear.
Facts.
You need to hold them accountable. Why the fuck did you reinvent yourself? Why did you take a vacation? Why did you run away?
Facts, Jay.
No one has said anything family related or sicknesses. They're making these changes. They're leaving. They're retiring because of how bad the Xbox conference was. Because they were excited about it. They were hyping it up. They were bragging about the power of the Xbox One, the Xbox Series X. And
it's funny you said that, Jay. It's funny you said that because leading up to this conference, they was bigging up, the game's gonna blow you away. They were saying crazy shit. You should have seen on Twitter before the conference, man. These dudes is going hard, It's gonna motherfucking take it to new heights. The V architecture, the what is it? The VCG architecture or something?
Yeah.
Like that? They were saying mad shit, man. I mean, they say, this is gonna slaughter PlayStation. I'm like, y'all better temper your expectations, man. Y'all better lower your expectations, man. Y'all dudes is bugging, And
I believe that I had the impression that the conference was going to be good for Halo.
Right.
Because they were hyping it up days leading up to the conference. I think it was about 3 days leading up to it. We just saw nothing but Halo. We didn't see anything else. We just kept seeing Halo. Aaron Greenberg, Phil Spencer, Xbox themselves, the Xbox fan base. Halo, 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 Halo.
Yeah.
If you want to know why we're making so many jokes about Halo, y'all hyped that game up to the high heavens. Like it was going to be the best game. And I said this before.
Yep.
Did the Xbox fans really expect that to be the best game in the world? Halo has a lot of competition, and it's not PlayStation exclusive. It will be games that it's trying to compete against, like Call of Duty, like Destiny 2. You know?
Nice.
Other first-person shooters that have a service-based model. Halo is not going to beat those two games. Halo can beat Destiny 2? You think as is? You think Halo can beat Call of Duty? As a games as a service? I don't see that shit happening.
Me neither. Me neither, bro.
I don't see it happening, man. And that's where they fucked up. Then we watched the conference. Everybody saw Halo. No one was impressed. I think that if Halo had a strong start, it would have been an alright conference. But it had such a horrible start. Whether we saw the gorilla face brute or not, the gameplay was so boring. It was so boring.
Yo, Jay, did you Jay, man, listen, bro. Did you listen to RDX podcast, man? After that fucking show?
I listened to a little bit, and then, I can't listen to them for a long time because they boring as shit.
Yo, them niggas said they gave the motherfucking conference a 9.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about
niggas,
that.
Man.
You mean everybody gave it a 9?
Who gave it a 9? Because I heard Dealer might have gave it a 9.
No, Dealer gave it an 8 something. What you call it gave it? That dude. What's that fraud nigga name? Fuck is his name, man? He's the
man. There's a lot of them.
Yeah. Nah, D-Bash gave it a 7.5, almost an 8.
What?
So look at D-Bash gave it a 7.5. The dude that gave it the lowest score was the Neutral, King Neutral. What the fuck is his name? Shit, man.
Hold on. There's a dude named King Neutral. What's going on, Rob Silly? How you doing, man?
No, he's King Neutral. His fucking name is right on the tip of my tongue. Can't even think of this dude's name.
We'll come back to it later.
Yeah, but they gave it. All of them was giving him a high score. And they was like, yo, it's better. It was better than Sony's. Better than Sony's.
Fonzarelli.
Fonz, Fonz. Yep.
I hate that guy.
Yeah, that dude, King Neutral. He calls himself.
Okay, so Sam, I got the YouTube shit up, right? I just gotta switch the scene. I gotta switch this shit out. Hold on. We'll swap this out real quick.
Them niggas is high as fuck.
So we got YouTube going up, right? What we want to do, we want to see if we can do set some stuff, and then we'll just flip back and forth. So this is what we're gonna do. Then I'm gonna look at this stuff also. So we want to have the Xbox Game Showcase, and we want to go to the Xbox one, right? So we want to go to the Xbox YouTube channel. That's how we're gonna measure the popularity. IGN it was able to get 1 million people to watch their version of it, but Xbox only had about 593,000. Everybody else had higher. GameSpot obviously had lower than anybody, and GameSpot had 2. That's weird.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. But long story short, it's pretty fucking low. IGN and another IGN. Oh no. Sorry. They're doing demos for Halo. Okay, that's what it was. This is the one, right? This is the whole conference, 57 minutes. So we want to go into that one.
So let me ask Sam, since I got Sam and Jay on, let me say this to y'all. These dudes dealing them capping, saying that this thing is just the early build. I'm saying to myself, this is not the real game. I'm like, y'all niggas got 4 months to get this shit right. You mean to tell me this is not the original game? Gameplay? This game will be out in like 4 months, man.
The thing is, this is what I'm hearing, and I want to share this information with you guys because a lot of people won't. From what I heard, and the defenses, the excuses, damage control from the Xbox community, one individual, one random troll said this is a build from January. And they wanted to show us this.
What?
I'm also heard one report from an article that Adam read off to us yesterday saying that this was running on a low-end PC. So just a lot of excuses. And all of this is coming on the backs of the game. It's supposed to be 3 months away from November.
Yep.
Like, July is done. We know this. July is done.
Yep.
Once we step into this week, tomorrow, we have 5 days left until August. So August 1, September 2, October 3. 3 months until what? November.
November.
You got to show us this 3 months before next gen officially starts. Like Adam was saying, who greenlit that?
Right.
Who said it was all right to show Halo looking like that?
And there's no way, Jay, they're going to rebuild that whole system up from the ground up. Hell no. Not no 3 months. Not no 3 months, bro.
Nah, man. That's what games as a service is. You build it a while you go. What was the name of the reveal event?
Showcase?
No, the PS5 one.
Oh. No, PS5 reveal.
Was it? Oh, it was.
It should come up. Yeah, it should come up.
No, not that one.
What?
I wanted to see the one, the whole conference. Fuck it.
Just put it, like Sam said, PS5 reveal. It should
Wasn't it a state of play?
Yeah.
No,
I remember.
No, it wasn't. Okay. It's illegal.
It should come up.
I found it. It's called PS5: The Future of Gaming Show.
Okay.
So we didn't see the future of gaming on Thursday, then?
Shut that shit up. Shut it up.
Is that incorrect?
Okay, so we're gonna peek at this, and then we're gonna go over here to library so we can go to history. If we matching this up right, and I want to thank all 50-something of you guys. Thank you. This means a lot because this is important, and we have to talk about this. I'm going back to YouTube so I can read this shit off. And we're just going to look at this as is right now. There's no way that event is getting to 1 million. And that was fucking Thursday. The PlayStation event was June 11th. It was longer too. But they showed less games. That's what I'm hearing a lot of Xbox fans say. That the PS5 event showed less games, so it's worse. No. it's actually better because the games that they showed, majority of them were good. There were like 4 games that a lot of people didn't like. I know it was 4 that I didn't like. Bugsnax was one of them. I felt like it tanked the momentum a little bit. But there's an audience for it. There was so many games that people didn't like from the Xbox Game Showcase. It's not even funny. We're looking at the views, which means that gamers wanted to watch this, and they continued to watch it, and they told their friends and families to watch it, and everybody was excited about it. No one was excited about it. If you're looking at the views, only the Xbox community was. And you mean to tell me they can't even get 1 million? But this is a representation of the sales of their games. Without Game Pass, none of their games will be selling 1 million within a year, outside of Halo, Forza, and Gears.
What do you mean, Jay? And without Game Pass, it won't be selling 1 million.
I don't think that these games, if without Game Pass, I don't think the gamers on Xbox would buy these games for $60 to equate to 1 million in sales.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But only those 3 games would hit 1 million within a year. And that would be Gears, Halo, Forza. Everything else would never hit 1 million. We got Ghost of Tsushima to hit 2.4 million. We got to talk about that in 3 days, which is huge for Sucker Punch.
Yep.
That's their highest selling and fastest selling game in that time frame, and that is the fastest selling new PlayStation exclusive IP for this generation, outselling at a faster rate even Horizon Zero Dawn, which is very impressive.
Yeah.
Very high user score, by the way, a 9.3. I checked it yesterday.
What's the Metacritic, Jay?
Metacritic is super fucking low. It's an 83. It deserves a lot higher. 13 million people give a fuck about PlayStation. Let's round that up to 10 million. Let's round this shit up to 500,000. This is fucking sad. This is really fucking sad. I'm gonna go check out the likes because I can't see the likes and dislikes on this app. So I'm gonna go check them out right now.
Whoever goes and get an X right now, or Series X, man, yo, nigga, I don't know what to tell them, man. I don't know.
Hey,
like
I mean, you do. You do what you gotta do, right? But it's not a smart decision. I wouldn't do it. If I was you, I wouldn't do it. That's just me.
Do what?
Buy Xbox Series X this holiday.
Series X.
You might want to wait until. You might want to wait until they discontinue that shit.
Give it 4 years, then pick one up. That's what I'm doing.
There you go. But don't buy that shit day one, man. Look, they just had the Xbox One X come out about 2 years ago. They discontinuing it already. That's Dreamcast mentality right there.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It is, yo. That's crazy.
So I wanted to round this stuff up. Only 16,000 people liked that. 6,000 people didn't. And then as far as the PS5 reveal, 492,000 people liked that event and 40,000 people didn't. So completely shitted all over the Xbox event from the grave, if you want to say that, or from the past. It's really sad. It's just really disappointing. This was the show that was going to destroy the PS5 reveal. It was going to be so much better than it. It was going to make you forget that the PS5 even exists. It was going to make you not even want to buy the system. It did none of that.
They said all that shit.
It did none of that. Not any of it.
Yeah.
If it did anything, it made people more excited about the PS5.
Yep. Yep. Facts, yeah. Yeah, man. Dealer said he gave it the show slightly better than the PS5 reveal. I said, yo,
what?
Bro, nigga, I got over that shit, man. I went straight to them after. I didn't look at the
Slightly.
I didn't look at the conference. I don't look at Microsoft's conference. I don't dare because I'm not buying one anyway. I never bought my Xbox console in my life, so I don't look at it. But I get my information from Jay, Sick. I go to those channels, Jay Barry, Jay Tech. So when I listened to y'all, I found out overwhelmingly after work that this shit was a dud. I said, "What the fuck?" That's when I started looking. I said, "Oh,
We didn't even get Battletoads, J-Lo. We got nothing.
We get
No, fuck
nothing,
it,
bro.
man. Fuck it. Battletoads is what it is, man. They still waiting on that shit. They still waiting on Battletoads. When is that coming out?
0 updates.
I have no fucking clue.
I think Microsoft getting out the console space, man.
That's obvious. That's pretty fucking obvious.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this. I've had multiple screenshots. We did a screenshot comparison yesterday. I just find it really, really funny. This is what it looks like. It's not impressive at all. The 60 frames makes it look really good, but
Even for being an open world game, it shouldn't look that much worse. Like Halo 4. I never played 5, but Halo 4 looks a lot better than this. Now it's on the
Ghost of
360.
Tsushima is open world, bro. I don't want to hear that excuse that, oh, it's an open world. It has to look bad. Come on, man. You can do better than that.
I guess when they had that setback, because I know, what did Adam say? They lost 2 directors. They must have really had to have rebooted the game. It's not ready yet. Look at what we're looking at, dude. This shit is not ready.
I forgot about that. What Sam just said. That's right. They did lose a couple of directors for Halo. That's right.
Where's that gorilla
Yeah,
shit?
a couple of them stepped off. Happened to Battletoads. Nobody knows. That's the problem I have. Like, I've been trolling them on Twitter about it, Dom. Like, where is it? Where is it to fill in stupid Aaron Greenberger? But I thought we were going to see something, at least, like, maybe an update. Like, zero. It's like they're ignoring the fact that they announced it to be released last year. I don't understand. It's not even like a huge title, man. It's one of the only ones I really wanted out of them. Can't even get an update.
Incredible, man. Incredible.
But did you watch the whole thing, J-Love?
Hell no.
No. Nah, man. I'm like, I wasn't expecting much, dude. And the fact that it was still a letdown, that's what's comical and pretty sad at the same time with this shit.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't really have to do a lot, at least for me, and you still ended up
This is a
fucking up.
4K video. I can tell. The 60 frames makes it look really, really crisp. Obviously higher resolution than the screenshots I took using my phone, which were 1080p 60. But that doesn't look next gen. Are you looking at the gun? Are you looking at the helmet? Are you looking at the scraps of armor that didn't even fall in the dents over there on the left-hand side?
Yo, Jay, Killzone kills that shit. Shadowfall.
If you watched the podcast yesterday, you would have saw that shit. I mean, for anybody that missed the PlayStation Legion podcast, I will let you guys see. Oh my God, Adam's here. Oh shit.
Adam, what up, Adam? What's good?
Killzone
Shadowfall is next gen. That shit looks even current.
Well, it's about time for Adam to talk, so you know what it is.
It's fucking ridiculous, man.
Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you guys, right? This was my side-by-side. This is Halo, and this is Killzone. It's a similar crash site for a multiplayer map on Killzone Shadowfall. It also takes place in a wooden area with a lot of rocks. So I thought it was the best thing to do a comparison. So you can see right here, this is Killzone, and this is Halo. Yeah. So it's not like I'm trying to make the game look bad, but Killzone does look better. The trees look more realistic. The rocks look way better. This is something that we played 7 years ago. We should not be able to compare the two. We shouldn't be able to compare the two. But that's the power of exclusives right there. Adam, you ready to talk? Because I really need to understand why would they have this playing on the PC if obviously they're supposed to have a development kit? People told me I was wrong about it months ago when I said that I don't think they have one.
Adam, you there?
Adam's there. He's talking to a wall. I can hear him. He'll be back. Whatever. I just want to ask you guys.
Yeah, it's like a wild animal.
Yeah, Sam, since you're here, bro, do you think they got the dev kit? Because I don't think they do. If they're gonna have this running on a PC, they could have had it running on a Series X. But I don't think they have a dev kit.
I don't think it has anything to do with that. I just think it's a studio that's not as good as people make it out to be, and they've had issues that have been made public already with the game. Like we mentioned, they lost, I think, 2 directors.
Yeah.
We don't know what time frame they're really working on with the second or third reboot, but it looks like dog shit, so we got to assume they haven't been working on it that long.
Nope.
Because their previous games looked a lot better. It just did.
Right. Facts. Good point.
And they ran at 60 FPS, like, compared to the Bungie titles. So I'm like, dude, they're just pretty much trying to get this game out so they can have a game to launch with the system. That's all. That's what I'm seeing anyway.
Exactly.
Without this, what do they launch it? There's nothing else coming out with it from an exclusive standpoint.
That's what I'm saying.
Yo, but the meltdown.
So why did you buy Xbox Series X this holiday season for Game Pass when there's no exclusives launching this holiday season except for Halo?
You get it for your backwards compatibility titles, I guess.
I just need to understand.
Yeah, these dudes.
Adam, I need you to talk real quick. I got this video I need them to see for Killzone Shadowfall. I captured a multiplayer the other day. And it'll just let you... Like, I think if you look at this and you go and look at Halo, you're like, oh, shit. Killzone is a better game. And I'm not saying the story... It makes you
appreciate the engine.
I'm not saying the story. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the story. What I'm saying is, as far as what they did with the engine... the way this game runs, especially on multiplayer in 60 frames, I think co-op in 60 frames also, Sam. So this is Killzone. I captured it myself. This is the area I was talking about. It looks like it's set in the woods. It has a lot of rocks. It was the area I thought that was the best to do a comparison with. I was trying to be very fair with Halo. Mm-hmm. And it still came out that this game looks better.
Look how good Killzone still looks.
That's what I'm saying. Man. It came out that Killzone still looks better than Halo. And I'm not joking to you. Like, in this, remember, Killzone never got a pro patch. So this is less than 1080p on the multiplayer at 60 frames. It had never got a pro patch. So it could have looked a lot better and a lot more crisp if it got a PS4 Pro patch, but it never did. So we're comparing a game that doesn't have a Pro patch to a game that's running on the next generation hardware.
Good point. That's an excellent
They're
point.
Just real nerds over there at Guerrilla Games, man. Look how good
they know what they were doing, bro. 7 years ago. Everybody in the comment section, I want you to understand, this game came out at the launch of the PS4. I got it day one.
Yep, me too.
I still play it to this very day because it's still among one of the best looking first person shooters. You might not like the game, but it is among the best looking first person shooters you're going to find out there.
Yep, facts.
I just need to understand why Halo looks so bad. Now, this was done in a mall area. They didn't have an area that was interior. There was just at the very end when he started talking to the Brute King or whatever his name was. This was done in a mall. One of my favorite maps. Does have a lot of grass. It does have a lot of trees once you move outside the mall. As you can see, it's got a lot of rocks also for the interior. If you compare this, which is multiplayer, less than 1080p at 60 frames, to native 4K 60 frames Halo Infinite gameplay that we saw on Thursday. Huh?
Adam.
The Brute leader's called Estrom.
Okay, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I just wanted to know, I just want to let people know that was the only interior I saw Master Chief go in. Also, Killzone Shadowfall multiplayer has tons of fucking destructible environments. So I heard people talking about it on Halo, so that's why I made this video showing you this test. Ahead of his time. Ahead of his fucking time.
But did what you call it get a patch? The Order?
No, Order did not get a pro patch either.
No, a lot of early games didn't get patches.
Yeah. This one could have definitely got one. It would have benefited from it greatly. Like, yeah. This is Killzone. I captured myself on a PS4. Why does it look better than Halo? Why can we compare it to Halo 7 years after it came out? I don't know. I just think that when the Xbox fans were hyping up Halo, they should have asked themselves, who the fuck is making it?
I'm not trying to troll, man, but do you think it even looks worse than Killzone 2 or 3? Because I think it definitely does.
No, don't lie. Don't lie, because Killzone 2 and 3 look very well done, bro.
I mean, you can make a couple of comparisons here and there to justify it, yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's completely better, but like there is bits and pieces that you can say, yeah, like 100%.
Yeah. I remember the character models looking as bad as that stupid gorilla.
Oh no, never that.
Oh no, the character models, no.
The character models in Killzone Shadowfall shits on what's that dude's name?
Killzone
Craig. His name is Craig, the Latino guy with the beard.
They named it.
Yeah.
Rico?
Yeah, I just wanted to do one more test, okay, guys? It's not a gameplay. This is just a Sunday show, so you don't gotta leave. But we're gonna go into The Last of Us Part 2 for a specific reason.
Yeah, Jay, that's crazy, nigga. You compare the craziest looking game ever. That's sick. Why you doing that,
we have to do it with that guy that had a beard. We're doing a comparison between Joel and the guy that had a beard. That's the only thing we're going into this game for. We're going to look at Joel. I think I purchased all the Joel models. Every last one of the Joel models look better than him. And that's saying a lot. Again, Adam, what were you saying yesterday? A lot of people are here. We got a lot of people here. 75 people watching. I want to give a big shout out to all the people that came past the Sunday show today. That's a lot of fucking people. You can hit that dislike button or you can hit that like button. I'm really, really grateful you guys stopped by. We're heading into The Last of Us Part 2 to look at some Joel models.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to get a couple of models of whoever this guy's name is. I'm going to get his models, and then I'm going to do a side-by-side, and later on in the show, I'm going to show you. But as of right now, we can look at them together on the model viewer.
Yeah.
So, what Adam was saying is something about nobody should have greenlit them to put that on a low-end PC, mid-tier PC, high-end PC, looking like that.
PC, which is, it was called Xbox liked codename shit, and basically it's kind of the sense, they call it the Condor, which is a mid-range PC, and it's mainly used in there. I don't know. I don't see that's the thing. I don't know what it is. Like it's a mid-range PC, but what they use it for, from what I can gather, is to do like just basic, like again, playing the game, whatever it may be. Make sure it's all good, running smoothly in the sense. Make sure like there's no bugs or glitches, something like that. But basically, yeah, apparently it's a mid-range. It was USA Review Tech, what his name is, he made a video, he put out a tweet, and he said, I'm going to make a video about it, about how someone contacted him with credentials that he works at Xbox Game Studios. Not 343 Xbox Game Studios, he's worked on numerous games. In the case where it's kind of like what PlayStation have with like XDev and some others. But basically, he talked about how that was running on a mid-spec PC, and also talked about some of the things that we didn't see in the game in regards to the open world and stuff like that. But there wasn't any, apart from the whole, it was running on a mid-range PC, there was no clarification that it was going to look different. It was going to, at launch, look like, you know, what it, you know, it's not going to look like what it did at their event on Thursday. And obviously, like I said,
Adam, they showed it on Adam. They showed it on a PC. That's even worse.
Well, no, it isn't worse. No, it isn't worse because they showed it on a PC, similar spec to what they did on the Series X. And the funny thing is, if I was to, because I remember this, I can dial my shit back all the way to 2013 and 2014, where I went to, I think it was 2013. I went to Eurogamer in London, Earls Court, and I remember even what is it? Before I went to that, right? I remember seeing on Twitter people posting up at E3 and Gamescom, right? PlayStation games running on a PS4, whilst there was, within the Xbox aspect, some of their games were running on PCs, not Xbox Ones. Because there were situations where that console will be overheating at times. And that was to do with where they were placing it in confined areas, which wasn't good for the console. And I was laughing at that at E3 and Gamescom. And then when I went to Eurogamer in September in 2013 to play, I think it's Battlefield 4. Yeah, Battlefield 4. And we were lining up. We literally saw loads of desktops of PC or Windows desktops, and it was supposedly to be running on an Xbox One, not a PC. Let alone Dead Rising 3, and I think there was another game, Rise Son of Rome. That was another one that was also running on a PC, and I was like, wow. And then when I went to PlayStation, it was completely different. Like all the games they had on PlayStation were running on a PlayStation, like Resogun and Killzone and Knack, and even some of the third-party games that they had there.
I don't mean to interrupt, but do you know the name of the guy with the beard on Halo Infinite?
He doesn't have a name.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I'm looking all over the internet and I can't find it. They named Gorilla Craig, and I thought that was the name of the guy with the beard.
Gorilla Craig?
That guy has not got a name, Jay.
He has no name. Okay.
No, we just call him Stanley. How about that?
No. What I want to do is I'm going to go look at
I'll call him Rodrigo. That's what I call him.
Rodrigo, that's right.
Rodrigo. Or Diego. Let's call him Diego. He looks like a Diego. Fuck it.
No, I want to go back, look at the little bit of Halo in the beginning and get a clean screenshot so we can compare it to Joel, because
I mean, if you want to do really well, Jay, I mean, I this is what I said to you yesterday, man. If anyone makes comparisons, wants to make comparisons with that, that gameplay that we saw, the gameplay we saw on Thursday, right? I mean, I should redo this, and I think I will. I think I'll go back and watch the 2019 gameplay, right, or the showcase that they had in 2019 for Halo. Go back and watch that video of that same pilot with Chief, and then after that, go to Halo Infinite, which we got shown on Thursday, and have a same look at that character model. It's exactly the same. And that's a whole year that's passed, theoretically speaking. It's more than a year.
So you're telling me they didn't really do much?
Well, this is what I mean, right? Everyone was
How
like...
happy Joel looks.
What I'm trying to say
right?
Back in 2019, we saw that. And I remember people saying how that was running on a PC similar spec'd out to an Xbox Series X. We didn't know the specs of that yet, right? But they knew about the specs, and they were running it on that sort of aspect, right? It might not have been finalized, stuff can change, that bits and bobs, but again, that's what they said. And that game didn't look next-gen. Like, we thought, obviously we didn't have a perspective of next-gen, but, again, a lot of people were like, PlayStation games look better than that, or some Xbox games look better than that, like Gears 5 and Forza. And then obviously, like I'm saying, fast forward over a year and 2 months later, right? and we see the gameplay. And then Sam told me, at what point did you think that game didn't look good? As soon as I saw as soon as like he was crash landing, I was like, oh wow, shit.
That's sad.
Whoops.
That's
not
fucking
good.
sad.
Oh my
And again,
god,
like-
man, you actually believe that stuff?
And listen, man, don't get me wrong, right? When they crashed, and obviously Chief pulls him back, and he's like arguing with Chief. The animation of like the face, I'm not gonna lie, it looks really good. Over expressive, but really good. Like, goes, you can't tell me what to do. It's like, damn, that's really good.
So
You
he's
see
Mexican,
eyebrows, the
basically.
lips, everything looks really good on that sort of sense. But apart from that, that game, it looks exactly the same as what it did in 2019. And that's, like I said, that's a year and a couple months after.
So,
right?
I want to ask you this
First
question.
one,
With that knowledge, what do you think the game is going to look like in 3 months?
That's what I mean, right? That was a year ago, right? Or a little over a year. And people said back in 2019, it's going to look better than that. Fast forward to on Thursday. It looks exactly the same, maybe even worse. I don't know.
Hold on, bro. I just got a pattern. I looked at the fucking stars. I have a pattern.
What?
There's a fucking brute. He's black, and he's in fucking, he's in The Last of Us, bro. Hold on.
He's a fucking alien, Jay.
No. He was a brute. They called him a brute.
He's a brute, yeah, but he's a
Hold
fucking
on.
alien, Jay.
Guys, let's look at this. That'll be a nice comparison.
Anyway, like
Talking
that,
about-
let me just finish off by
Talking about that
saying,
black
right?
guy.
Let me just finish off by saying that if that was a year ago, and Greenberg's like, hey, we still got 4 months to go, and by the way, he used the past 4 months as an excuse as to why that game, in some fundamental way, looks bad, right? And by the way, you're still in quarantine in some sense. I mean, I don't know they're back in the offices, but again, what do you think you're going to get out of those next 4 months? When that game looks exactly the same as it did a year ago, let alone, it's
Wow.
it's bullshit.
Yo, man. They're probably gonna
Look at his head compared to the gorilla head.
Bro, I think that's what I was thinking. I think I should do a comparison of this brute versus the gorilla brute.
That stomach hurts.
No, it doesn't, bro. No, it doesn't.
Look at how more detailed his fucking dome is compared to the gorilla.
I don't think they want me to do this shit, but I have to.
I mean, I remember, what was it? I actually, earlier on, I watched Digital Foundry's reaction, and I think right at the end of it, they were talking about DLS, you know, what their, I think it's 2.0 is able to do in, you know, the spectrum of, like, you know, native 4K. And I
the super sampling.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the super soldier.
And I find it funny that, again, like, Digital Foundry, they did not like the show, and I'll bring up a couple of points as to why they didn't, and I'm with them on this. But that, like, native 4K is great, right? I mean, again, it's resolution, it's sharpness of the image, that sort of thing. It's great. I know, I can understand why people want it, but the thing is, like, that is, like, a lot of people that I've been listening to recently that are in the industry, as well as just those sort of guys, right? They are literally saying it isn't the be all end all. Like, we don't get, like, they literally don't give a fuck about 4K or native 4K. They think it's just this, it was this cliche thing that obviously was, you know, it was a thing, but now it's like, there's this other thing that's better. And I agree with it. I think 4K is just, like, it's cool to have, but at the end of the day, what makes these games look really good, like what we're looking at right now, it's the engines that these things run.
Yo, let me tell you, Adam, let me tell you what was the meltdown. When they announced Spider-Man at 4K 60.
Yeah. Was
that
that Monday?
meltdown on that shit, man.
I think that was Monday, right?
I mean, again, like, I'm going to say this right now to you, J-Love, right? And I mean, obviously, everyone's got their different sort of things. I don't mind the whole 4K 60. But, you know, I don't know what the repercussions are of that. Like, if it would, you know, is that in the span, like, so again, that's a performance mode, right? So does that mean that we're not going to have ray tracing with that? And then with ray tracing, we're going to have 4K 30? I don't know. I have to wait and see on that. I guess that should be the case. But if it was me, if it was me, I wouldn't mind having 1440p at 60 frames with 4K. 1440p with 60 frames with ray tracing. My bad. I wouldn't mind that.
Right,
I would, whatever.
But that's optional. That's an optional.
Yeah, exactly. And we're gonna see that this generation, because obviously with the Pro and the X, they have been getting the performance and resolution factor right. It may not be like PCs, where you can dial up the textures, resolution, and obviously with that, frames can go up and down in that motion. But again, it's nice for consoles to finally get that option, which is great. My point to going back to what Digital Foundry, obviously the 4K stuff, that I watch loads of streamers, right? Streamers that have cable rigs, and they never play games like with ultra textures or 4K resolution. They dial that shit down to have better frames most of the time, and I will be the same. I mean, most of them play shooters, so that's what obviously you would do that. But if you're like a open world, like maybe like Red Dead Redemption stuff, that you would want to have like the best looking sort of game, so you'll go probably higher texture of that. But yeah, but what Digital Foundry were talking about, which I think was kind of a bit of a fuck up on their end, on not a Digital Foundry, Xbox, when PlayStation did their conference, right? Obviously, I think PlayStation, when they started off their conference, I did not like the fact that they started off with GTA, because that was a big fucking troll moment. That was a fucking troll aspect. It was a bad way of starting their conference, because people were talking about GTA 6 and some other factors, and people got trolled. Obviously, it's great to see that game's coming over to PS5, and obviously, if you don't want to buy it again, depending on what they're going to do, you can play the online for free next year, which is great. And obviously the $1 million thing every month. But when Jim Ryan comes out, he goes, from this point, or not, it wasn't him actually, it was, I don't know, he said it or it was in a text. From this point onwards, you're going to be, every game you see is on PS5.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, I remember him saying that.
That's in the beginning of the show.
Yeah, that's in the beginning of the show.
Yeah, I know. Again, that is a statement from them saying, "Hey, listen, there is no PS4 footage," and we knew about that. But again, they are stating that. With Xbox, they showed off. They didn't say that before Halo, let alone after Halo. They literally talked about Game Pass, which, by the way, is great to know. A big factor of that show was that every game they showed was going to be on Game Pass. That's a big moment for them. I'm not gonna lie. But with them not saying that this game and this game, or X, Y, and Z's game, is not going to be on the Series X or running on the Series X, we had no clue what game was on the Xbox One and what was on the Xbox One X, or Series X, sorry. It was bad. Because Digital Foundry were literally like, this game looks good, but we don't know what this is running on. Is it running on a PC, an actual Series X dev kit? Is it running on a PC? Or Xbox One, sorry. We don't know. It's bad. And the thing is, Xbox have been very good with their messaging with their console. Talk very clearly. That was bad messaging. Let alone the fact that, obviously, by the way, and I kind of, I kicked myself by just saying that, because Phil was talking about how exclusives or time exclusives were bad, yet launch exclusive, console launch exclusive games were shown at that thing. The fact that we are going to leave Xbox
Hey, Sam,
One.
Are you looking at the screen, bro? That's it.
Yeah.
I'm fucking done.
Yeah. The other thing as well. With
wow, nice.
The what's called again? the other thing as well on top of that is that of the case of a lot of their games that they showed were going I think it was like half and half actually.
Look at his nostrils.
Were only on the series what is it? Fuck, I'm trying to miss my train of thought here. a lot of their games that like the good, better looking games are only on the Series X and the PC. When, by the way, you know, what did they say? We're gonna stay with the Xbox One brand for the next 2 years. So if that is true, then Forza Motorsport and Hellblade might not be coming out until the year of 2022.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but you know, if that's how long they said that they're going to go for.
Hello, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Badger.
What's going on, Badger?
Can I make a short input here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like I said, I don't know if it was this stream yesterday when I said that, like PlayStation, they always make the consoles in 30 frames a second, you know. And like I say, PS4 was like 1080 at 30 frames a second. PS Pro 4 Pro was 1440p and 30, but upscaled to 4K. And like I say, PS5 is like 4K 30 frames per second. But like Sony said with PS5 is that the development time is like 1 month before they come into the architecture of PS5, and makes the game development more easier for them to finalize the vision of the game. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
So the vision of the game is stated to the 4K 30 frames a second. But because the development time is shortened down to 1 month before they are like in optimized version of the game, they can go in and tweak the engine, the game engine, to hit the 60 frames per second if they want to. More easier because they have the extra time that the Xbox is playing on the time only to optimize the game to hit the 30 frames a second. So like it's the automation in the PS5 that makes the game development more faster, so they can get more time to go in the game engine to optimize the code to make that 60 frames if they want to, but that's only optional. It's like ray tracing is optional for the developers to use or not use. It's nothing like they must do that because Sony asked them to do it. Like Microsoft has promoted, they like our game's gonna have ray tracing. Everybody, every single one of them. Because that's not the case. That's up to the fucking devs.
Is it all right to do a comparison as far as, and I'm talking to Adam right now, is it all right to do a comparison with the PS5 with its SSD versus what we got on Thursday with Halo? Or can we not do a comparison because it obviously wasn't using the type of SSD that will be in the Xbox? That's another question I think a lot of people should be asking.
Not really. I mean, I know, because you see, I would say yes if there was a game that gave us something that kind of gave us evidence of that. But I mean, there are, again, some of it was on display here and there. But like, I think the best sort of like evidence, if I was to do that, the best evidence that I would probably use would be the Medium's game. Ruber's game, the Medium, where it's all reality, which is basically rendering 2 worlds at the same time, which is very fucking impressive. I understand why that game is at 4K 30, because that is very demanding. Very demanding. And I hope they nail that, because don't forget, I mean, I find it funny that Xbox fans still think that game is only on their console. No, that game's going to go to PlayStation eventually. And I think the Blue Bar, if they don't get acquired by Microsoft, it will happen. But if they do, I don't think it will. But like right now, they will probably most likely be working on a build for the PS5 version, because the SSD is technically faster. Way faster than what they've got.
So they won't come into problems like what happened with Halo.
Sorry, what?
What happened with Halo, pop-in, all of that shit? Or are we
yeah,
are we looking at a product of a game running on a PC that doesn't have the same exact architecture, and will that running on a
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But
yeah, because I want to know, like, did we really see what a game will be like on the Series X, or we just saw what a game will be like on a PC?
We did to some like, because the thing is with the thing is about the whole conference is that, like, because of Halo being what it was, right? Every other aspect of that conference went down the fucking toilet because no one was talking about Fable. Well, people were talking about Fable and stuff like that, but again, to the vast majority, everyone was memeing the shit out of Halo because they were talking about that throughout, like, you know, again, like, throughout the whole week, they were teasing, saying, you know, Halo this, Halo that. We have 3, 4, 5 days left, you know, and it's like, oh wow, can't wait to, you know, see this game. And when we saw it, a lot of people were definitely underwhelmed, me included. And again, I see a lot of, you know, we spoke about this yesterday, right? I wasn't expecting photorealism graphics from Halo because it's never been that way. But I was expecting a certain level of detail and, you know, aspects of lighting, all those bits and bobs that I've seen from Halo games, which, you know, the ones that I'm thinking about are from Bungie. But then again, 343 did 4 and 5, and they did a good job of those games. The way they looked were fucking phenomenal. And they go to this game, and it's like, oh, you know, and everyone's like, oh, but it's open world. But not to the degree that you think it is. That this isn't the sense where that whole ring you can explore. It's going to be sections, segments of that ring.
Yeah, this isn't Grand Theft Auto. It's relaxed. Yeah.
Because again, like, when you crash land, the guy, you know, the pilot's like, listen, I need to fix this ship. We're getting the fuck out of here, right? And she's like, yo, listen, we're the only people left. We need to fight for, you know, like, the human race. Because as we saw at the beginning, it tells you how many days the Banished have taken over, like, whatever parts of the world it is. You know, or, again, because, well, from what I've been told, you're going to be exploring this ring and also planets in this game, which, again, gives me the indication that you're going to have smaller segment worlds, kind of like what you get in, you know, like, obviously in a bigger scale, but like, you know, Ratchet and Clank with Bloodborne, right? You go to these areas, you have big areas, but again, they have different lanes to get to the area that you've got to go to, you know, and with that being said, graphically, that shouldn't be a bad thing. They should be able to do better than this.
But also something to people forget to mention is that Microsoft is using DirectX, and that is like window-based. That is on every window-based device in the world, and they have like a configuration to everything. Have like the code has to synchronize with every fucking device that is Windows device, so they can't go into the Xbox Series X code and specifically code that code to work on Xbox X, because then they split everything, like the ports to PC, to fucking phones, to iPads and shit, what you can play that shit on Game Pass and xCloud and this shit. So they can't go in and refine that code. That's like I look at it. But PS5 and Sony, like PlayStation, they use their own IP in the like their own type of Vulkan IP in their games. So they don't care about if they is working on PC or they're working on phones and shit. They only make the code for PS5 and only focus on that code, nothing else. They don't care about PC. They don't care about iPhones. They don't care about the other shit. And therefore, the production time is going much faster that way. Therefore, they can show this vertical cut so fast from Sony, because they don't care about catering through PC and catering through Game Pass dudes and all the other shit. That's like I see it. I see it very, very more efficient working at the PlayStation than Microsoft and Xbox because they focus too much on PC. Fucking leave that shit. Leave that motherfucking shit. That focus on Xbox only and make the fucking
Leave that shit.
I'm so fucking tired about this shit because
man, you got a great point.
Yeah,
they're spreading themselves too thin. But they're so convinced that if they're looked at as the pro-consumer savior or hero of next gen, that they will automatically win. No, that's whether you give away Game Pass for 100% free, or you still have the $15 or $10 a month Game Pass. It doesn't matter.
No.
If you don't have the games, you're just subscribing to Game Pass to play the games that you already have access to over the last 2 years. The only game that's going to be ready for Game Pass is a big budget title that's exclusive is Halo. Forza will not be ready. Fable will not be ready. You'll be playing an old-ass Gears 5.
Yeah, that's a crazy.
I need to understand this holiday season, is Cyberpunk going to Game Pass? They already confirmed they're not. Is Assassin's Creed Valhalla going to Game Pass? They already confirmed they're not. So, I mean, I need to know this holiday season, 2020, why are you buying into Game Pass? What games are confirmed, third party or first party, that are huge, big budget games? You cannot.
Games are already on there, Jay. That's the problem.
Oh, I'm not. Hey, I'm not denying that. I'm not gonna deny that. I'm not fighting with you on that. There are already a lot of games on there. But we're talking about when you buy a new system, you want to play new games. What new games are going to Game Pass day and date?
Jay, they don't give a fuck about that shit, Jay. Them niggas don't give a fuck about that.
The funny thing is about the whole Halo Infinite, because there's been all these weird fucking things going around, and obviously the main thing that I've been hearing for fucking so many months now, and it is pretty fucking evident with Halo Infinite. That game has been restarted a few times, or been rebooted a few times. There's no fucking way they spent 5 years.
And that's not a good thing, man. That is a horrible thing.
You know, and let alone, the new thing that popped out recently was the fact that before they used a split space engine, they were using the Unreal Engine 4, Unreal Engine 4. Which is very interesting to find that out, if that is to be true. Because if I was them, I would actually rather use the Unreal Engine 4 over the Unreal.
Well, the new Unreal Engine ain't gonna be released until the end of 21.
I'm not talking about the new one. I'm talking about 4.
Oh, 4. Well, we're talking about. I was talking about Hellblade. They saying they ain't gonna release that engine until 2021, the end of 21.
No,
they're gonna release Hellblade.
Well, that's when they said they're gonna release it until then. Again, actual devs are actually using it, whereas people that are in school learn these sort of things are having to wait until then. There's some others as well.
Yeah.
Well,
so wait up. Unreal Engine 5 won't get into like normal hands until what year? Like not devs,
21.
Normal people.
Was it like the spring next year?
21. Yep, next year.
Devs can use it next year, but I'm not sure if everyone can use it next year.
But they're sending the patches to the 4 now. Early patches to the 5.
I don't know. I mean, we can move on from Halo because it's really not that important. Another thing we should really be talking about is why Hellblade didn't show a glimpse of gameplay at all. Now, look, Adam, you already broke this down. That's not their style. However, they shouldn't have even been present at the July event if they weren't ready to show anything. The Xbox fans needed some gameplay so they could use that in the console war to battle back and forth with the PlayStation fans to make it seem like they have something that they don't have. And they didn't get that ammo.
Yeah,
they didn't get any of that ammo for their console war. I'm just being blunt right now. I know we're supposed to be talking about the dev and their style, but no. We know what their style is. The Xbox fans, this is what's so fucked up about it. Hold on, Adam. They don't know what you know and what we know about Ninja Theory and how they make their games. I don't know why any of them thought that they were going to see Hellblade 2. It is not ready to be shown.
Of course.
It is not ready.
That is counterproductive, according to Phil.
Yeah, Hellblade showed us cinematics in December of last year. that game was not ready. It's going to be using either the Unreal Engine 5 or elements of the Unreal Engine 5.
It's Unreal Engine 5.
Unreal Engine 5. It's gonna take a while. They don't have access to the engine now, so that means they have to wait until next year, right?
They do have access to the engine.
They have access to the engine right now.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's patched. It's like early patches towards the 5.
How many other people have access to the Unreal Engine 5 besides Sony right now?
Nobody.
No, that's what I'm saying, Adam. I'm asking Adam. Like Adam, you said they have access to the engine. That means that there's no deal with Sony. So I'm confused. Do they have access, or are they waiting for access?
What do you mean by deal? There is no deal with Sony. Again, Sony were helping them with the engine, because obviously the SSD aspects and other things as well. And again, they always have had a great relationship with Sony. I mean, fuck, PS4. Go back to the 2013 February event. They were there on the Version 4. There is no, like,
okay,
that was
so
a deal. It
this
just means
is what
that
I
they were
wanted
there
to ask
showcase
you. How many other people already have access to the engine and are creating games in 2020?
I mean,
because they made it seem, from what I heard, they made it seem that other people won't be able to use this engine until next year.
Right.
So I was wondering, how did Hellblade have the engine this year and still not produce anything? I don't think they have access to the engine.
Hellblade using it.
They're using it, but I don't think they're started using anything of it this year. They have to wait till next year. That's how the dev made it seem. Everybody will be able to use it next year.
Like I see it, they're working on like Unreal Engine 4.5. It's on the way to be the 5.
Yeah, it's on the way to being 5, but they don't have 5.
Exactly.
This is the problem about that date. The date did not comply with developers. It complied with, I would say, maybe smaller devs, like indies, maybe, and also people that are at uni, right?
Okay.
If you're in college, you're in uni, you're studying game design, right? Where you can buy that engine. That's what they were talking about. So next year, so if I wanted to use the Unreal Engine, I can't use Unreal Engine 5. I've got until next year if I want to use it. That's what they were saying. But game developers, like, the people are making Godfall, the people, maybe if Ben Studio are still using that, Coalition, Hellblade, they are using it. They are using it. Also, Everwild, apparently they're using Unreal Engine, but I don't know if they're using 4 or 5 in that matter. They might upgrade to, because it is easy to go from Unreal Engine 4 to 5, because they have the integrate into that engine, unlike 3 and 4, where it was fucking difficult.
Why didn't you show the demo then?
What, for Hellblade?
Yeah.
Because if they started using it this year, they don't have shit ready.
Well, no. Like I just said to you, Jay, it's easy to go from 4 to 5. So if they get that, they can go very simply to 5 and then integrate what 5 can do very simply.
Yeah.
Obviously, yes,
it's like porting.
Exactly. They have to go back and do some things here and there to, do whatever it is. But it's very simple. It's very clean-cut, simple things. But the reason why I think they didn't show anything, right, was because they're still in that stage of finding out what they're going to do. For instance, the aspect of them, if you haven't watched it already, it's they announced it at the event.
I know.
Their vlog thing in Iceland, where they're doing research, like what Sucker Punch did with Tsushima Island, and also God of War, where they went to Iceland, Iceland. And they were getting pictures, train, and understanding what their vision wants to be. Yeah. That trailer they showed in December, right, is kind of like what we got with Fable at their event on Thursday.
It was cinematic.
It's a very quick sort of rendered and like pre-rendered, maybe in-engine thing, where it's not even entered full production, right? They just put it out there to say, hey, listen, this is what the game is, this is our next game. But it doesn't mean that's what it's going to look like.
This is what I don't understand, though. I know what you're saying, and I agree. But the Xbox community told us last December that was the end game.
Oh god.
That was end game. That was real gameplay we were watching. It was not pre-production. It was not cinematics. It was end game. That's what the game is gonna look like. Exactly how it's gonna look.
Yeah. And I asked a question, Jay.
That would mean that they already have access to the Unreal Engine 5. That's what I was trying to get you to confirm or deny. Which means they did not have access to that engine in December or before December when they showed it off.
Maybe they
Yeah, that was kind of a lie.
It's no fucking way they had access to the Unreal Engine 5 last year.
Nobody.
The thing is, though, Jay, you say that, but we don't know.
Okay.
But it's kind of.
If they had access, then that is gameplay. Then we have to believe what the Xbox fans said, that it looks that fucking good that will be gameplay.
Not quite.
Okay.
I'm
gonna put it this way: if they had access to it the middle of last year or the beginning of last year, something real should have been shown. I don't think they had access to it last year. I give them a benefit of the doubt that they had access to it this year, and yeah, I agree with you. They don't have anything of substance. What's weird about this, and it's a bullshit excuse on their part, when we saw Ghost of Tsushima, we didn't know that they were going around Tsushima Island taking pictures. We saw gameplay before we saw that. Again, it's a fucking excuse. If your game's not ready, say it's not ready. Don't say, hey, we're taking pictures. No, we don't even need that announcement. We don't. And we don't get it from a lot of other developers. They put out the teaser.
You didn't want to hear about the road trip?
No, we don't. We get that information, but we don't get that before a teaser. We don't get that information before gameplay. I never saw Sucker Punch's video of them going around an island taking pictures before we saw Ghost of Tsushima's gameplay. That was 8 minutes.
I think Xbox is just really, really stupid. That's what
I'm saying. Look, all I'm saying, Adam, they didn't even need not Sucker Punch, Ninja Theory in that part, bro. You know what? First of all, when they finished that announcement and they went like it was a black screen and then they would like world premiere or something, I swore we were about to see some gameplay from Hellblade, and we didn't.
No, we didn't. No.
And they just, but y'all noticed that, right? It looked like we were, but we didn't.
Well, not really. I mean, not really. Again,
I think Sucker Punch tweeted about it.
I can go look at the video. Hold on, guys. I want to look at that video right now.
Jay, you can say the same thing about Horizon Zero Dawn at the PS5 event when they went black screen. Then all of a sudden you see Angie come up talking about Horizon as well as Van, and I was like, oh, are they going to show gameplay? Because that's the same thing they did with Ratchet & Clank early on. They were like, trailer. And then they have.
I'm gonna be honest, man. Nobody was expecting to see Horizon Zero Dawn. Period. I know I was.
Adam. Let me counter that what you just said. Adam, let me counter that what you just said. The dude said Horizon Zero Dawn is gonna look just exactly like that. What they showed, they said Horizon is gonna look just like that.
Who said that?
That's what hold on, I can show you the source right now.
It's the new guy. The new guy that took over for Herman.
European Mr. Europe or something.
What do you mean
His name is Mr. Europe.
Been there for fucking years, Jay.
His name is Mr. Europe. Sam just said it. God damn it.
His name is Matthias Kalogo-Yaga, something like that.
They said Horizon's gonna look just. They said what you see.
Does anybody know at what point they started talking about Hellblade?
It was mid.
It was the middle of it? Okay.
Go mid.
Yeah, you'll find that guy. He had like sneakers in the background.
I see Ori. I see Grounded. I see this fat dude. Okay.
It might have been the 20-minute mark, actually.
Was it a female talking about it?
No, it's a man.
No, it was a man.
No, it's the guy with the man bun.
Yeah.
Oh, man bun guy. Okay, that'll be easy to find. Man. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Okay. So I want you guys to see what I was talking about when I said I thought they were gonna, I don't want to compare it. I don't want to compare it to Horizon because we know Horizon can look that good. We're talking about we saw cinematics. I'm not gonna allow you or anybody else to tell me otherwise. We saw cinematics for Hellblade. It was not what the game is gonna look like, and it won't look that way.
In-engine, yes.
Okay, so it won't look that way because there's no way that they had Unreal Engine 5 up and running.
It's the same thing with Forza. The Forza
exactly wasn't
trailer.
real.
It was in the engine, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be the final thing. Because I remember, I think it was Forza, the last Forza motorsport game they revealed. It looked really good, but then when you actually played
I remember that.
It was nothing like
that. Okay, so we got 83 people. Before anybody wants to branch off, I want you guys to see what we saw and what I expected. Okay? I did not have high expectations. I just know how this shit goes when it comes with movies and trailers. I know how it goes with the titles. Just look see what I see. Just look at this shit. Okay, so they're talking about locations, and they're scouting, and they're showing the water, and then they're showing the crazy chick, right? Mm-hmm. And it's just looking so good, and I'm like, oh man, they amping up for something. They're amping up for something. Hold on, stay steady. Everybody stay where you at. I saw one person just leave. Okay, so we got the guy with the man bun with the fucking fake Jordans behind him. He's talking. He's talking. He's talking about he's excited for us to be a part of the journey. And then black screen, and what does it say? Xbox Game Studios presents. And after I saw that, I was like, oh shit, we're about to see Hellblade gameplay.
No.
And hold on, that's what I thought. And what the fuck did we get? We got some kitty shit. And everybody was like that. Everybody had the same fucking reaction.
Double Fine's game Psychonauts.
Nobody cares. Everybody had the same fucking reaction. After seeing the guy with the man bun talk about how grateful he is. Right? Yeah, we're going to look at this again.
The funny thing is about that guy with the bun, which is, I'm pretty sure his name was Don Matthew. I find it funny that guy went from commercial manager to head of the studio in the span of, what, 7 months?
So he did the outing, right? And when people do that outing about, I'm excited for you guys to be a part of it, I swear, bro, he was ready to show gameplay.
No, he wasn't.
That's what I thought as a gamer. I was like, bro, okay, we're going to see another glimpse of Hellblade.
That's you.
Bro, the way that they had that shit set up was very misleading. Because I was expecting to see some Hellblade.
Well, like I said with Horizon, it's the same thing. Like, Horizon was kind of similar. Where you have the trailer, right? Regardless of if there was in-game or if it was just a render situation, I don't know. But when you see Angie, you're like, okay, so it's like the Insomniac thing with Matt Smith. I was like, okay, cool. And then all of a sudden, oh, that's it. I was like, oh. Maybe, okay, alright, I went, fuck. I was excited for that, but now I was like, bit of a bummer, but oh well, is what it is. And also, I've heard, from, the people I talked to, that, yes, there were segments in that trailer of Horizon that was gameplay. Not all of it, some of it. Some of it. And you can see which is gameplay and which is not. But yeah, hell, like I said, man, if you want to go back into 2014, I think it was 2014 when they were on Sony stage for Hellblade. They did the same thing then. They didn't show gameplay. They never did. They did.
All I'm saying as a person that's not a part of that fan base, I know they heavily felt that they needed that gameplay because Halo had not delivered early on in the show, and they felt that what was the first game they bragged about? What was the first game they bragged about? They bragged about Hellblade. They've been bragging about Hellblade since December.
But this is the thing, though. You say that, but you didn't know that. They didn't know that. They didn't know the reception that game was going to get. They didn't, right? Because again, like I told you, right? I said this yesterday. I said this after, right? And this is the thing with the 4 screenshots that Jeff Keighley posted up saying Halo Infinite 4K screenshots, right? I said to you, within that regard and also that gameplay regard, who greenlit this showing? Because if it was me personally,
it was probably me.
If it was me personally, I would have said, is this what Halo Infinite is? Yes, this is what we're going to show on Thursday. Yeah, we're not going to show that. Why is that? Are you kidding me? Look, we have got the most powerful console, right? We've been bragging about this. I looked at what PlayStation showed. that does not look anywhere near to what they did. Regardless of art style or fucking open world, whatever genre it is, it's still that case of it. So I would have went, hey, listen, we're going to take you out the show, right? We're going to address the fans. Don't worry about that. And we're going to give you your own show, right? Where
There's
Halo
a lot of
can
popping on this game.
they can do that with Halo because they've got multiplayer, they got single player, and then there may be some other things here and there they can add into. But they could do that with Halo easily, right? But did they do that? No. They went ahead and like, hey, listen, Halo Infinite, man, get ready. And it's just like, yeah, great, fine, open world Halo. I mean, again, the way I look at that, I mean, I remember talking to Jody about this. That if you've played Halo, the second level of Halo, right, you crash land onto the ring, right, in the first original Halo.
I did it! Hey, Adam, I did it, bro! I paused the video right with the gorilla guy. I did it.
Oh, no.
I fucking did it! Oh, shit, I've been trying to do that for a while. Oh,
you know
shit.
What? Oh, man. Alright, shit. Alright,
wow,
so
nice going.
Yeah, so what's going on? Like I was saying, man.
Oh, shit.
If you played the original Halo game, the second level, the second level where you crash down on the Halo ring, I find it very funny. And again, this is probably them playing on the nostalgia of the original Halo with this, and that's what they're doing with this game. It's pretty fucking clear. It was literally identical to what they did with the original Halo game. Needless to say, the cover art of Halo, right, before the event, literally looks like Combat Evolve. The factor of the movement of the game, the way the game plays, is very identical to the original Halo, with a couple of things here and there, like the sprint button, also the slide and the grapple, which again, the gameplay to me, the way the game played, is what I want from a Halo game. I love what I saw in the aspects of gameplay. Visually, though, and what you're going to be able to do, I don't know about. Because they didn't really give you much. It was like, here's your, again, open the map. Oh, cool, so you got these different missions. All right, fine. But the thing is with that, and again, if you're a Halo person, you play the original Halo games, is how that is going to be paced in with the story of Halo. Because you don't want to do like a God of War thing, right? Where you go off on a side mission and then you're like, oh, yeah, what was going on in the main mission? Like, you want to keep everything intertwined in the sense of what you're going to do in the story and how it's carrying on from one another. Otherwise, it's going to be bad. Like, it's not going to be good for, again, a Halo game. It's going to be fun to play with your friends and stuff like that, because it's going to have co-op and, the open world aspect. It's going to be great. But, yeah, there's a lot of things, they're trying out, and I don't know if it's going to succeed. Kind of like what they did with Gears 5. The sort of semi-open world segments in Act 2 and 3. And it's just, I don't know, man. Like, I went in, I mean, dude, like, that game...
It was disappointing. I just want to hope that we all let people know there are tons of games that don't have a 2020 release date. Halo is one of those games, and it's the most popular one of any of the games shown.
Well, I'm just going to say this, because obviously I don't think they'll do it, because I don't think really they can afford to do it. But...
Oh, fuck.
Let's be honest. If that game is still looking like this, or again, it isn't doing well, isn't running... If it's like... If it's like the Master Chief Collection, right, where matchmaking isn't going well on the multiplayer, and that's going on, right? A lot of people have been saying it, including, like, again, industry people, YouTubers, Digital Foundry. If it isn't ready, delay it. Delay the fucking thing.
I just saw the dev announce there was a split screen co-op and 4-man co-op.
Yeah.
What you say?
So they're trying to release info, I guess, way after the fact. I don't know why that wasn't announced during your show. They announced split screen co-op and 4-man co-op for Halo Infinite.
Yeah, because I remember watching the
But how is that going to work when you have one account for Game Pass?
It's split screen, Jay.
Oh, no,
they can log in as a guest.
Yeah.
If you're on the same system.
Yeah. I mean, I know. Funny enough, when you look at the gorilla, you know the gorillas that did the drop. Again, like
The brutes, but yeah, whatever.
I played Destiny 2, right? And when I saw those two brutes drop into the map, and I said this to Science Sam, and he agrees with me on this. And again, if you play Destiny 2, didn't that not remind you of the fucking Cabal?
Wait up, somebody did a comparison on Twitter. I can tag you in it. They did a comparison, and yeah, it is exactly like the Cabal.
Literally, like when the Cabal drop in, the way they move towards you is exactly like that. And
I'm gonna send you the video on Twitter, but yeah, someone already found that out, and because they did a side by side,
because
Destiny does look better. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, Adam.
Yeah, I know. I can't see it yet, but again, it's clear from what we saw on Thursday. It's pretty fucking clear that 343 are going, hey, listen, what we tried to do didn't work. Let's basically do what Bungie. Let's imitate Bungie. That can work to a certain degree, and they're doing somewhat of a good job here and there. But at the same time, they're not going to be able to do it. I know they'll be able to do it. Because what they're doing with the whole pilot situation, the pilot is basically supposed to be the humanoid. You know, in every Halo game, there's always been that human factor that, you know, Chief has to lean on, right? Whether it's Key, whether it's, obviously Cortana is an AI, so we don't count that. But, you know, John, the commander, of the Spartans in 2, like, there were characters that he leaned on, which made Chief a bit more human.
Yeah.
But they're doing that with the pilot, and I don't know that's going to work. I feel like, obviously, there's going to be more characters in the game, but they are clearly trying to do that. They're trying to make that sort of assumption that, you know, that's what they're trying to do. And again, it could work. I don't know. But from what I've seen thus far, it doesn't look that way. Again, yeah. I mean, my final guards on this whole gameplay segment, because really, like I said, I feel like there was a lot of good stuff they showed. There was a lot of good stuff, man. I mean, obviously, yeah, it was all CG, trailer.
This is what Adam was talking about, guys. This is the Cabal fight on Destiny versus Halo.
Oh, Salty. Wait, is that Salty? Yeah, it is.
That's Salty.
Oh, brilliant. My boy.
So, if you're looking at it, yeah, bro. And it does look better on Destiny than it does.
With the feedback, by the way?
Huh?
You don't hear that? You don't hear the feedback with the clicking?
Yeah, it might be J-Love, I don't know.
Yeah, whoever that is, just please mute yourself.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
You can mute him, JayTech, as always. You have that ability.
I gotta figure out who it is first.
J-Love, as I said.
Oh, it's J-Love.
Oh, how you know it's me, man?
Because you got the clicking.
The thing's flickering.
You're a fucking clicker.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so Destiny is better than Halo. But I thought we knew that already.
Well, like Digital Foundry in their reaction when watching it earlier on, they literally said that, and I agree. It is better than fucking Halo. And the fact that game's going to be 4K 60.
Shout out to Salty Gamer for this post.
I don't know. I mean, apart from the 4K 60 update that they're doing for Destiny, I don't know what updates they're going to be doing apart from that. But yeah, like. So
do you think Destiny running at 4K 60 might make it look better than Halo?
Well, not well. I don't. Well, I mean, obviously there's sharper imagery, yes, but apart from that, no. But then again, you're looking at right now, Destiny. I don't see the things. I don't know if because they've got the big expansion coming out in November.
Yeah, they do.
They do. I remember in Taken King, they did update. They have done like an update within their engine on a content drop. I think it was Taken King and also Forsaken with Destiny 2, where they did upgrade, aspects of the engine. Like they some of these patches that they implemented into it, which were pretty fucking awesome. I liked it. So it can maybe get a little bit better, but not like a big marginal thing. Not at all. No.
We'll see. It does look like it's gonna be more fun though. You gotta remember, if you're a Halo fan, you gonna go with 343 or you gonna go with Bungie?
Yeah. Well, it's like I told you yesterday, right? Again, this Halo is supposed to be, what is it, open world, right? You know, and I don't know.
Similar
like,
to Destiny to a degree.
No, not like that. I mean, in the sense of the worlds, yes, you're right. You know, if you play Destiny, right, you go to the EDZ. Picture like the map of the EDZ in Destiny 2, right? But instead of it like sort of like, because it's kind of like a circle sort of thing with like bits and pieces of open areas, squash that all together. That's what you're going to be getting in Halo. That's literally the sort of size maps that I'm guessing you're going to get in Halo. Maybe a little bit bigger. But again, if Destiny can do it with this current gen hardware, Destiny should be able to do it with this next gen hardware and make it look good. And I think someone made this assumption up before I even tweeted about it. And I said, thank you for saying this, because I was going to tweet it. And it is true. Like, literally, like, seeing Xbox fans, again, make excuses with the art style, with the factor of it's a 4-month-old build. A person can easily go ahead and say, hey, listen, that's bullshit. And then they reply you saying, in what sense? You say it took, you know, this is a 4-month-old build, yet it looks the exact same as it did last year at E3. So that's a bullshit excuse, right? And then it's a case of, you know, it's going to get upgraded in the next 4 months. If Corona affected them in the 4 months, which, by the way, Corona's still a thing, I don't know if they're all back in the offices, but what makes you think that's not going to still be an effect of that? You know, there you go. And then when it comes down to, you know, when it comes down to art style, it's bullshit. Because if you play Halo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Reach ODST, those games look better than that.
That's not an art style, bro. It's just lack of detail. That's just what that is, bro.
But the bad thing about that whole gameplay, right? And I said this, the only thing that game is lacking is level detail on the character models and lighting. That is literally it. They can fix those things.
And then I want to go back to what you fucking asked. Who thought it was a good idea to fucking ship that? Oh, I'm not ship it, but show it. It wasn't ready to be shown.
They had no choice.
I agree. If they didn't show Halo, this would have been just another inside Xbox, and it would have failed.
Yeah, I mean, well.
Yeah, but at least they get to see Fable though.
It was just a teaser, but I was happy it came back.
Let's put this in comparison, right? And we have to. With the May event and their event last Thursday. In the May event, they opened up with Bright Light Memory. They opened up with Bright Light Memory, right? Which is made by one fucking person, and that game looked better than what we saw from Halo. Like, visually, right? That don't care about the whole, you know, different genres and this bullshit. Again, that game looked better. It showed gameplay, right? It looked really good. Made by one person, by the way. The rest of the show was like, depending on the individual people, wherever they liked it or not. And they closed it out with a trailer of a game that people wanted to see, but they might have wanted to see gameplay of. Fable and Valhalla, right? Did they get it? No. It's exactly the same event. It was a lot of, again, both events showed a lot of trailers, apart from maybe Destiny, which showed, you know, and obviously The Medium, which showed gameplay, actual gameplay in there. And then obviously, like I said, Everwild is probably going to look like what it did. It's probably going to look like what it did in the event. That is definitely the art style. That is
definitely. Yeah. That's a game that I am very interested. I think a lot of people were very interested in that game. I was hoping to see some gameplay, but we didn't get to see any.
It's like, what's that other game called from Obsidian's game, Avowed, that's set in...
I wanted to see how that worked. I mean, they showed a nice teaser.
Yeah.
Gave me a lot of Elder Scroll vibes, Lord of the Rings vibes.
The reason why it is that case, but again... the reason why it looks like that and whatever, it was mentioned, apparently it's set in the same universe as Pillars of Eternal, or Eternity, whatever it's called. So it's in the same universe as that. Which, by the way, I did say to you that the game that is, what they're calling it, Avowed, doesn't sound like a game to me. That sounds like a project which could change name. Not saying it might or will, you know, again, it might stay the same, I don't know, but To me, that just sounds like a name that is a project name, and it could change.
Okay, so I got a question. You guys are speaking about all these games. We're leaving out one game. Why is Forza taking so long to come out when they were able to churn that shit out every year?
Adam,
probably
answer that.
Yeah. There's a part of me that thinks that Turn 10 will make another game.
Was or are?
That probably got cancelled. That's my assumption of it. And I don't know when that game's coming out. If that, they said it was an early development, right? They're hard at work, and that was in engine. There was no sort of indication that was gameplay, because from what I saw, it felt like a CG trailer or like a cinematic trailer sort of thing. Just the way it was shot, in a way. Like, I've seen it in games so many times where everyone's like, oh, it's gameplay, and then the final version is nothing like that. So that did not trick me one fucking bit. But yeah, that game, I wonder if we're gonna get that game. I don't know if we're gonna get a game next year or the following year. That's the problem.
They had a clear advantage of that genre. Now they're taking their time with developing the racing games.
Exactly. Isn't that weird though? Yeah. Like, I wanted to see Gran Turismo and Forza go head to head this holiday, and it doesn't look like we're gonna get that. Cool.
Well, you don't know if that. We don't know if GT7 is going to be. It's going to be released.
It's a launch title. Yeah, I know. Well, maybe we gotta hope if Gran Turismo gets pushed back the next year, it'll launch at the same exact time as Forza. I just want all the people that say one game is better than the other to shut the fuck up. Let the games launch on the same day in the same year, and let it battle it out.
The problem is, man, with, like I said, going back to it, they should have came out at the beginning and said everything you're seeing from now on is on the Xbox Series X, because they could have gave us clarification. But then if they said that and we saw fucking Halo and some other games, people would be pissed.
I wouldn't compare GT Gran Turismo to Forza anyway. I wouldn't compare that shit. Hell no.
Well, no comparison. I'm gonna be real. Forza games, I'm not saying they're better than GT games. Again,
they've been a lot better lately.
But there is the case that they are pretty fucking close.
No, just no close. One is a racing simulator and one is just a all world map. I would compare it. I would compare it to. I would compare.
The third 10 forces are simulators, though.
Motorsport is a simulator game. Horizon is not a simulator game. That was made Playground Games, which is not the RPG team that's making Fable, the other team that makes Forza Horizon, right? That's their jam, right? That is the best-selling Forza. People buy those Forzas. Motorsport, on the other hand, bit of a mixed bag, like what GT7's like. Again, everyone buys GT7. It's a mixed bag when it comes to real racing simulators. But if you like that sort of stuff, you get them. And with, like I said, with Motorsport and GT7, there is a lot of things that are different with those games. Like, for instance, the aspects like campaign, but obviously GT has lacked that the past few times. And obviously, apparently in GT7, they're bringing it back, which is great. But like I said, initially, they are both.
Hold on. Let me say this to you, Adam and Sam. You know the legacy of GT Sport, Gran Turismo. Everybody knows the legacy of this game. How the fuck you gonna release a game every year? You know how long it takes to make GT, Gran Turismo? That shit takes years just to get that shit right. Now, a game released every fucking year is gonna be better than the legendary GT? Nah. Not
the thing is, the different studios doing their games, and they're rated higher technically, especially lately.
The thing is, you say
you're right. I'm not gonna lie.
Look, if we're gonna shit on Halo, then Gran Turismo has to get its just due too. It hasn't been as good as it used to be. It's the same thing with Halo.
Yeah, I agree. Sport, obviously, sport wasn't sport isn't a number Gran Turismo.
It was a fucking prologue.
Exactly. It's not. I know we are comparing it. I know I have compared it. In the sales department, it shits on Forza. In the popularity department, it shits on Forza. But as far as like the Metacritic score and the reviewers, and the I guess the fanboys, yeah, a lot of people go with Forza, especially when Horizon comes out.
Because that game, again, like I was going to say it before. The thing is with Poly, and no offense to them, but they have fucking terrible management when it comes to bringing out games. They have terrible management. Forza have got that shit locked down. They are able to pump out Forza games very quickly and then look the way they are and play the way they are, and they're great. Let's be honest, they're fucking good. With fucking GT7 though, they they fucking make excuses about, oh, there's more cars being added in, oh, there's this, oh, there's that. It's like, fuck off, just release the fucking game. You've been spending so many fucking times on it. You know, and, you know, partially, don't know if this is true or not, you know, they are to blame, maybe, are to blame for Evolution getting the boot. Because they were not happy with the fact that Drive Club was being released. That technically was a driving simulator game. That was. And they were not happy that the way that game looked, Bella, in some degree, in GT.
I knew it, bro. I knew that shit was one of the reasons. I knew it.
Poly were jealous of Evolution Studios because that game looked fucking phenomenal.
Yes, it did.
And they got robbed
bro, I knew it was something about it.
They got robbed the wrong fucking way. And then when they made GT Sport and they brought that out, it was just like, what the fuck?
I mean, look, if you see me driving on Drive Club versus see me driving on Gran Turismo Sport, you will say the same fucking thing. I'd rather play fucking Drive Club.
Like, I mean, I know that Sam's a big fan of this game because he plays it a lot, and obviously I'm as well because I'm a big fan of Evolution Studios. And again, I wish they were still around because PlayStation fucked up. They should have got rid of them.
Fucked up big time. That's the biggest fuck up they ever made. Never should have closed down Evolution.
Regardless of, you know, the slips and shit that Drive Club had at the beginning, which, by the way, they fucking regained that initial stumble. It was doing way better than what fucking GT Sport was doing when that game came out.
Do you consider Drive Club was better than Forza or Forza Horizon?
I'd rather play it. I mean,
I wouldn't say Forza Horizon. No, I'll say Forza. Yes. Not Horizon.
Depends which Forza
we're talking
about.
I'm about to play a little bit of Drive Club right now. You can make your own impression. So you just watch the live stream. You'll see a little bit of it. But Drive Club was ahead of its fucking time, and I don't think that people was patient enough with this game. And it is what it is. If it was due, then it was due. But I don't think they should have. I don't think
if they kept that game going, right. The way they were doing that game when it finally got released, right, and they were doing updates, and again, Sam can, you know, because Sam, you know, has played all these little updates and bits and pieces, right? They could have kept that going all the way through to PS5.
Definitely.
And they didn't have to make another game if they didn't want to. But again, they would have eventually. But they got disbanded, and even though they got disbanded, people from that studio are working. Well, vast majority of them are working on PlayStation games right now, like the Destruction All Stars game.
Yeah,
they're on that.
Yep, I noticed that. Yep, I noticed a couple people went on over there.
Also, Need for Speed as well. Some of them went over to Criterion for Need for Speed or Ghost Gaming. I think it was. I forgot.
At least it got work.
Yeah, exactly. They got laid off. Well, not laid off in that bad. Like that's a bad way of saying it. They did get paid, and obviously, you know, rightfully so. But yeah, it does suck still that, you know. Yeah, it's like.
Okay, well, nobody say this was one of my favorite fucking racing games of all the whole generation. I mean, what I love about sport is you can customize your color of your car. I mean, you know, the skins and shit. I love that. But it does feel, because I'm not a simulator racing fan. I just like arcade racing games. I like to play them real quick, get a race done, and then that's it. I feel a little bored racing in Gran Turismo. I've always felt that way. I do support the game because I like a good racing game, but if they made another Drive Club and they announced they made another Drive Club, I'm telling you right now, I'll be fucking happy as shit. I know it's not gonna happen, but I would be happy as shit.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm guessing you've been on this Xbox topic for a long time, so I mean, yeah. I mean, before we move on, it's I'm just gonna approve Emilio's thing, which is Drive Club VR fucking lit. Again, I don't know, but I've heard good things back. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think before we move on,
I forgot Drive Club had VR and it has a motorcycle.
We'll probably come back to the Xbox fucking topic later on.
Yeah, we can read any of the ones you want to read. The God of War 2 rumors. Where's the Xbox Series X development kit? We got a lot of topics down the bottom.
I mean, yeah, well, we can glance. Let's just glance on that God of War thing. Obviously, when we went to that June event at PS5, I was under the assumption that we were going to get a teaser from that game because I do believe PlayStation have got a teaser ready. A teaser. Again, some little teaser that would go a fucking long way. And it doesn't matter if it's a teaser. People know what God of War 2 or have assumptions of what God of War 2 is going to be or play. You know, we know it's going to be an exciting thing. We also know that Corey has had a lot of material for that game since 2018. You know, so that game is probably in development. We already know this shit. They're already under that way. You know, that's already underway. So if it does happen in August, and by the way, that August 6th event is bullshit. I don't think that's happening. It isn't going to fucking happen on that day.
They already had a date?
The same guy that talked about the pre-orders, he talked about
exactly. That's what everyone's got to understand. The guy that put this out is the same guy that said we were going to get pre-orders on the Monday, what was it, last week or the week before. Like, PlayStation.
Okay, he needs to get hit by a car.
No, bro, it's like, there are a lot of people, people got to understand, there's a lot of people on Twitter that will basically post up that sort of thing to get clicks, retweets, follows. You know, that's what they do. It's as simple as that. It's the Twitter game, right? I understand it, but that's what they do. It's bullshit. And like you said, right? He fucking was bullshitting on that. He's bullshitting on this as well. So don't believe that. We are getting an event in August. I don't know when, maybe mid-August, but yes, it's going to happen sometime then.
This has also been just a little troll that a lot of people, myself included now, don't even think we need an event in August because they fucked up so much with Xbox July event that I don't even think we need an event.
They may not need an event.
We got to get a price at some point.
We need the price, but we don't need to make an event out of it.
PlayStation need to do like at least one more event, which is in discussions of finalizing the console itself. And I mean the fucking teardown of the console. Even though, yes, we got the Sony talk, that was not a console teardown. It wasn't. It, like, in some retrospects, we didn't even get the whole spec of that console.
No.
And shit, by the way, and I said this to Briggs yesterday. Again, I talked to my mate Jody. He's been messaging me for the past few days, and Sony are apparently taking a grain of salt because he doesn't know yet either. But it does sound like I said it to you yesterday, actually, Jay. A bunch of his friends that are in Stockholm, Sweden, and also that are in England and also in the States have recently said that they got new dev kits in from the PS5. And again, dev kits have different installments. They have different versions in which he's waiting for clarification on this still, which won't get until maybe tomorrow or sometime next week. But Sony presumably might have boosted certain things in that spec sheet, trying to get more on Series X.
Yeah.
So making the gap not as big as what it is, or again, it's not really big, but as slim as it is, they're trying to slim it even more. But again, I don't know. I have to wait and see on that. But again,
would change a lot of shit.
It would definitely change a lot of shit, and I mean, I can't really say anything else apart from that. But we haven't really got the full specs. Like, I mean, after Sony did his talk, people just did right up to it, right? They were like, obviously Sony did PlayStation posted there in a blog post, didn't they? like a rough draft of it, but shit could change. Especially when it comes down to the factors of the yielding situation and the production situation. They are able to finalize certain things here and there, not by like a massive margin, like change massive pieces out and in and out, but they can definitely amp up certain things which can work for them. So we're gonna have to wait and see on that. It'll be interesting to see if that's true or not. If it is, well, I mean, it'll be a bit of an eye opener for Xbox and Xbox fans. When they do their teardown, their full thing, like the UI, the price in the day, and whatever else they're gonna do, which will be great to see. But yeah, like I think we're gonna get some more games. Again, I don't know what this August event is gonna be because, like, people say it's a state of play, and then also I've been hearing that there's gonna be a state of play, but then also an event. And I'm like, huh? So I don't know. There's a lot of things going around. So yeah. But obviously this is regarding the God of War thing. I still believe that we're going to get a teaser. Don't know when. Maybe August. Maybe later on this year at the Game Awards. That'd be pretty dope.
That would be nice.
I mean, that's what they do.
Again, me personally, I feel that they could wait until next year to do a teaser.
Yeah,
I felt the same way. That's just me. That's my personal opinion. I felt that they could wait for Horizon Zero Dawn to do a teaser. I didn't feel that they needed to do anything Horizon Zero Dawn this year outside of the fact that when it was confirmed that they were putting the first one on PC, it did make a lot more sense what Adam and other people were telling me, that they put the first one on PC to make sure people want the second one, which will be teased this year, and it did. I don't even see anybody hyping up Horizon Zero Dawn anymore. That's just from what happened this week with Xbox. Maybe we'll see more people hype it up this week coming up because it's getting close to August. Horizon going to PC this next month, and then State of Play, which is hopefully a deep down into the interface, talking about the enhancements and how games will look. Show us how games will look on backwards compatibility. Ghost of Tsushima, Last of Us, God of War, Spider-Man, Horizon Zero Dawn. These are the games that, hopefully they can show a montage or, some different videos how they run.
Just to say, by the way, Ghost of Tsushima is still #1 best-selling game in retail in the UK. It's even in regards also, like, take this on, like, it dropped by 68% it dropped off by 68% in the sense of sales, but it's still #1 in front of Paper Mario, which is pretty dope.
That's fucking dope.
I mean, obviously, sales normally drop off quite big because obviously you sold a quite fair amount of copies, but it's great to see that. It really is. But yeah, guess we move on. Really, you're talking about the dev kits. I mean, that's a
yeah. Let's talk about this shit real quick.
Go ahead, man.
If there was an image, just one image of the dev kit for the Xbox Series X, who do you think would be able to get us that image? And why is it so hard to find that image?
Give me a minute real quick. Let me just go on, because, I mean, again, the last time I remember watching Austin Evans' video about the series, Xbox, he had hands on the Xbox Series X, didn't he, with Digital Foundry. I'm pretty sure they showed the dev kit. I might be wrong. There you go. Let me look real quick. So again, I mean, we haven't seen the dev. Well, I mean, obviously, with the PlayStation, we saw loads of them, but like because people were memeing the crap out of it. But with the Xbox, it was like, I don't know. Jesus Christ, man. Help.
Dude, you gotta mute your mic.
Yeah, I've got to mute him.
Why won't they let me scroll now?
Yeah, I'm pretty. That's what I mean. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty fucking sure.
I gotta mute J Love, bro. I don't know if he's outside or what. But yeah, guys, my question I've been asking since the beginning of this year, when we got the concept art for the what was gonna be the PS5 dev kit, everybody thought it was the PS5 itself. It was the dev kit. Then we ended up getting a leaked image of the PS5, but it was the dev kit, not the fucking system. So we knew the developers had the system for a long time. It was pretty much confirmed when we got the Unreal Engine 5 demonstration. But I was always wondering, where the fuck is the Xbox Series X dev kit?
Yeah, there is dev kit, so I'm looking right now.
I know it's a dev kit, but I was wondering, like, why isn't it as popular to share images of the Xbox Series X dev kit versus the PS5?
Because of what the PlayStation 5 dev kit looks like. It looks like a fucking toilet seat or a fucking couch seat.
Well, people were excited about it.
That's the reason why, Jay. That's the reason why. But there is a dev kit. Again, like, I mean, going back to what I said earlier with, with the Xbox, when the Xbox One came out, a lot of times, from E3, watching E3, like, clips of people literally taking pictures of window screens of Xbox, presumably only Xbox games at that point in time. You could only play Rise on Xbox, you could play it on PC and other things like that. They were fucking on Windows platforms, you can see it on desktop. They're like, oh, that's a bit weird. Why the fuck are they doing that? Interesting. And they look, oh yeah, there's running on a PC. And obviously later on that year, I went to my event in England, and it was the same thing. They're running on fucking PC. So again, it's just them. Maybe if they're running at a similar spec thing, it's great. Otherwise, if they don't, they got to clarify this. They have to. They just have to. Yeah. Just to make sure that thing. But yeah, they have got dev kits, which is great. Obviously, we don't see them as much as, again, it's kind of dwindled now because, no one's really talking about dev kits for both, of the PlayStation 5. I mean, I don't know why you should. And obviously, like I said, dev kits change over time. So maybe the dev kits that we've seen initially might not look like that. And maybe they might look like what they do. They might look like the final version of the PlayStation 5. Obviously, a little bit different, but, something like that. Wait and see. But yeah. They've got dev kits, obviously, we talk about it quite a lot. Are devs talking about PlayStation 5 dev kits more than thingy? Yeah, of course they are. Because again, they had them before. They had them before Xbox did. Sorry, they had them before Xbox's dev kits. Because I don't know. I need to ask you this. Presumably PlayStation will going to come out in 2019. I don't know if that is true or not. I've seen that a load of times.
I think one person was floating that around. A lot of people that said it was coming out. Remember, Big Money used to say it was coming out, and then I also heard some other people. Hip Hop Gamer was also one of the individuals that said that it was coming out. So who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, it is definitely interesting from their point. Yeah, I mean, again, if it's true, it's not true anymore because,
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, the rumor was it was coming out, and what was gonna happen was, it was at a certain spec, and it was using RDNA 1, and that like Nvidia or whoever makes that shit, they told them to wait because they were gonna have some RDNA 2 shit, and then Sony waited and listened to them, and they put RDNA 2 stuff. That's what I saw yesterday somewhere on Twitter. It sounds stupid. It sounds really stupid.
Definitely.
That means that all these games we got this year would have been either already stayed on PlayStation or been repackaged for the PS5. I don't see Ghost and the rest of them doing that. That's just me. I don't see that.
Wait, what? Wait, see what though? What do you say?
Like Ghost being repackaged for the PS5 because the PS5 would have came out.
Like what? Another copy?
No, just would have been upgraded, so it'd be a PS5 game. Because if the PS5 came out last holiday season, that's what would have happened with Ghost and Dreams and Last of Us.
Well, if that happened again, because they're obviously using their own engine. I'd expect them to have to do something along those lines. Well, again, they wouldn't have to repackage it, but they'll have to do some updates here and there, which again could make their work a little bit longer, which I don't think they would have done. Anyway, they would have kept it on the PS4 regardless, and then released maybe a patch later on. I don't know, but yeah, they would have done that. They would have kept it the way it was. Yeah. But yeah, man. Apart from that, no dev kit. They have got dev kits. PlayStation got dev kits. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, obviously you got that. Obviously, the main thing really, I think this week it was the state of play, not state of play. It was the Xbox event because again, this week was all about Xbox. Obviously, I mean, you said that. We got the Spider-Man news, which was 60 frames, 4K, which is funny because before that, prior to that, people were saying, Thingy was RDNA 1.5 or RDNA 1. And listen, I'm the sort of person I'm just going to allow them to do that because at the end of the day, if you're belittling PlayStation 5's hardware and your games are looking like that, and I'm seeing a lot of PlayStation fans trolling Xbox fans in this manner, and rightfully so, right?
Yeah.
Dude, you're putting yourself. Like, it isn't. Oh, yeah, but it'd be the case of, like I'm saying, for Ratchet and Clank, for instance, right? The game looks way better than anything they might have shown at their conference, right?
Yeah.
And it is. There's a lot of things that it can go up against. And it's like, it's different genres. Oh, it's like, oh, yeah, but the thing is, though, you say it's RDNA 1 or RDNA 1.5, so you've got RDNA 2, right? You've got 4.
There you go. There you go.
You should be able to do better than that.
There
and
you
it's
go.
like, it's like, what? Cat got your tongue? Of course it has.
That's what we've been saying about PS4 Pro versus Xbox One X. Last of Us is not supposed to look better than Gears 5. It's not. But it does in many ways or every way.
That's because the engine.
Exactly. Again, that's the thing that people need to understand. It's the developers versus the console, not the console versus the console. It's up to the skill of the developers.
See, that's one of my many problems with Xbox studios. I don't see a lot of them using their own engines, apart from Halo. But then again, even with Halo, the Slipstream engine. If that is what that engine is capable of doing, I'm not impressed. I would personally, myself, I would rather want to go and see. I would love to go to 343 and ask, any character designer, any sort of level designer, any person, right? Show me something that you've been working on your free time sort of thing in that engine. I guarantee you I'll probably find something from them that looks 100% tight, 100% more better than what we saw on Thursday. It may not be a game, but it's something that's like, okay, this is an indication of what this thing can do. Great, awesome. I want to see some game that's got this in there. If it hasn't, what the fuck are you doing? But yeah, going back to it, that is the case of it. A lot of them are using use the Unreal Engine 5 or Unreal Engine, and it's funny because if that's the case, I would think they would be getting a deal with Epic, but they're not. They will be working with Epic more than PlayStation. They're not. It's mind-boggling, But yeah, I mean, I'm just scrolling down the trending page because I see it every time. It's hysterical.
It's fucking
hysterical. Wait, so what's the new narrative, by the way? Is it power? Because it can't be power anymore, right?
What?
Wait, what?
With the stupid Xbox system, what's the new narrative now? What's the whole slogan behind it? Is it still power?
It's Game Pass value.
It's power, they still got the bullshit slogan, the most powerful is console.
They cannot use that slogan anymore.
You know what? I gotta agree with Sam, bro. On paper, you can say it, but right now you can't, bro. You cannot talk about power right now. They're gonna keep
every reply back. Yeah.
Like,
they're
listen,
gonna
bro,
keep showing you the gorilla face.
Listen,
Pretty much, yo. Like, did you see their Twitter? They're getting hammered every time they say it. Like, they tweeted out about velocity architecture. They got slaughtered with the gorilla memes.
I'm not
Hey,
saying I'm gonna
Adam, listen to
specify-
this, bro. This is from your
I'm
people,
going-
man.
No,
Listen.
let me just say, I'm only specifying the people that are at Xbox, right? Not every American, right? These are dumbass Americans. There are some dumbass Americans at that company. Let's be honest. There are some dumbass Americans that will continue at that company to throw that fucking slogan around. It's simple. If you can't pull that out, you can't pull that away. Regardless of how your games look, they will not do that because they have that incentive, right? Everyone keeps saying, like, you know, if PlayStation so sign off, right? They have the right to say that because they actually technically have got the specs to say it. But the thing is, when it comes to the games, you're right. They haven't. Like, they haven't shown us anything as of yet. Again, and this is the other thing as well, like, we're still we haven't even started the generation. So, you know, will their games look really fucking good a few years down the line? Probably yes, because they'll have more time on the hardware and they might get their feet under them, right? Or the ground underneath them, sort of thing. You know, but it goes back to what I always think about with their what's it called again? Their studios. Are they capable of giving us, like, you know, those sort of, you know, very gripping, you know, good-looking games? Well, apart from a couple, no. No, just no. They will use that narrative. I mean, the thing is, so
what will it be? We gotta vote. It's only 3 of us. It's either gonna be power or value with Game Pass. You can't run on both because you tried doing that and you didn't get anywhere last year.
They will though.
They're not gonna get anywhere trying to. No, they're not getting anywhere.
Then Jim Ryan has to finally troll them. They just can't keep fucking saying that stupid shit over and over and then show us garbage like the gorilla fucking thing. They just can't keep doing that.
It's like, the thing is, right? Because we all saw it with Xbox fans and everyone in the chat as well. I find it hysterically funny to see that prior to that event, they were mouthing it off to a massive degree, just mouthing the fuck off. Prior to the event, they did not know, and like, I just hate that because you don't know what you're going to get. And if it comes back to bite you in the ass, and then you start, you know, saying, why are people being so toxic and horrible? Because you were saying shit.
You can't play the victim.
PlayStation fans screen grab people's fucking people. PlayStation fans screen, well, not even PlayStation fans, but loads of people screen grabbed people's tweets from Xbox saying how they were going to do mic drop after mic drop. It was going to be the best show they've ever had, and this and that. And you got that show.
The same thing.
Nothing like that.
Yeah.
It's the same thing like last gen, man. I swear to God it is. They can be jackasses, but when you're trying to be a jackass, they play the victim. It's the same
thing. So we started out with that, but you guys weren't here. So Jay Love was here, and I think somebody else was. Adam was here, but he wasn't talking. What are y'all thoughts on Kid Smooth acting like he wants to retire because the show was so bad that people keep teasing him? Like, he's talking about going on blocking sprees. He's talking about people that troll him don't play games. It's like...
That guy, I'm sorry, bro. The way that guy's acting, I've seen him on Twitter, he's acting like a schizo. He sound like... He's literally... No, he is sound like a schizo. He is. Like, 1 minute, he's like, oh, Xbox is going to be amazing, and the next thing you know, he's like, oh, no, man, I can't handle this anymore, man. It's like... Oh man, the toxicity, man. It's like, I don't know. It's like,
I mean,
which way are you bending, my boy? Are you about, you know, are you about the fuck shit of our console, or are you on the factor of I can't handle Twitter anymore? Because you're bending too many ways, my boy. Like, I've seen this guy fucking go left, right. I'm like, listen, you're bouncing all over the place, Smooth. Guy's making TikTok videos about fucking PlayStation fans like an idiot. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this guy is trying to be like the fucking... he's trying to be that generic jock white guy, you know, that does TikToks. And he looks like a fuckboy trying to do it, you know what I mean? I'm like, get the fuck out of it. Seriously. I don't even know the guy, you know, personally, but he looks like he's just all over the place. He's like that guy, he's like the bro from Wild Thornberry, right? The guy that's all over the fucking place. That just has his own little language. That's what he's like. And to be honest, like
Cedar79, although it's $2 donate, says Xbox fans are Karens, LOL entitled victims. That's pretty accurate.
Yeah, they are. Again, like they talk shit, and then when that shit gets flung back at them, they go, "Oh, why are you being so toxic?" Like, I'm looking at this Russian chick going, "Ignore the haters and trolls. It's pointless arguing with them and wasting your breath. Xbox has a great future ahead of them, and a lot of great titles to play. From Game Pass to Xbox Series X, the future looks bright for Xbox." That same person, I saw her before, talked a lot of shit about how their conference was going to be really fucking good. And like every other Xbox fan, and don't fucking bullshit me, you're now going back on the narrative of, oh, Game Pass is really good though. We got value. It's like, okay, cool. But one thing I agree with what Jay said earlier on is, what's the point of that thing if you haven't got the games, you know, to prove that value? You know?
Yeah, I just find look, that's the thing. I think they have a good amount of games that have came out since Game Pass started, right? But I don't think they have a good library of launch games for the next gen system.
Ottoman, what games are pretty good? I mean, I guess you could say Ori too, but nobody fucking bought it. It's the last game I can think of that really released out of quality.
What games are pretty good? I need to know this. This is a good one.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I think Ori, you know, again, what you mean this generation?
Join the panel, Ottoman. We got room if you want to hop on here.
Yeah, if you want to join, you can tell us what games are really good. I would love to hear that.
I see that. By the way, I'm watching. Well, I'm not watching it, but I see Podrock streaming with J-Dub and stuff like that.
Nice promotion, Adam.
Edgar's in the chat. You know, I think Edgar's there as well.
Way to promote it.
No, I'm sorry, man. Like, listen, I know you don't like each other, man, but there's a point where I feel like stuff like this, right? Like, you know, this sort of shit, when this happens, shit should be put aside. And you guys should be we should be in, like, talking to one another, shitting on this shit.
Oh, I have no problem. I'm just waiting. You know, I've been squashed it. I don't got a problem with the dude.
Because,
but he hasn't buried the hatchet yet.
You guys, you know, this is a sign that way you need PlayStation fans to be all together, like, just talking shit, because they deserve it. I'll be honest, they love it.
The thing is, I really don't respect him as a PlayStation fan. Like, I'm willing to be civil, but I gotta be honest with you, I don't respect a grown man who fucking says PlayStation is his.
You can be civil.
We can talk, but you know, the respect, and the disrespect that he showed me when he got on the scene was uncalled for. I was getting disrespected, and I didn't even know he was existing. He was disrespecting me, talking shit about me on Twitter, and I was still making videos on YouTube. I had no idea dude was talking all that shit about me, spreading all these false rumors.
It wasn't even just you, man. He was shitting on everybody in the group. None of us had ever even talked to him.
I mean,
so that's our issue.
Look, I don't mind being on Porter Rock's podcast. He can join mine to talk about some games, but you know,
he's got to own up to that.
You got to own up to the disrespect you put out there on my name, bro. Like I said, I've been on YouTube gaming before you even thought PlayStation was popular enough to talk about.
I asked him, why are you talking shit about us if we don't even know you? And he said, I don't got to explain myself. That's the last interaction I had with that fucking moron. So, like, where do you go from there? You know what I mean?
I don't know where you go from there.
Anyway,
you're talking shit about me. You got to explain yourself. That's retarded. Yeah. So that's the last thing we actually said to each other.
Yeah, it's true, man.
I mean, look, we can be civil, but I still don't like certain people.
Yeah, no, I can say again. Like, I mean, I'm just saying, man. Like, you know, it could be that case. But it's a hard thing to do, and I don't know how we do it. But I would love to talk to a couple Xbox fans about where they're going from here. One sec. Like, just gonna say, Sam, you asked me a question. You said, what games are on Game Pass, right? Are we talking about what is coming to Game Pass, or are we just talking
No,
about...
I said what games do they have that's good. He listed them, but these are games that are coming years later. Like, he listed Avowed.
From what, like I said, are we talking like right now that's on service?
And they're near, like, the next year. Like, next couple of months last year. Right.
So again, like, I'm going to start off with some of the games already on there, right? So you obviously got Red Dead, you got obviously Witcher, you got Ori 1 and 2, you got Cuphead, you got Gears, Ultimate Edition, which is the PC version of the original Gears, also the original Gears on 360, but you don't want to download that. No. You then got 2, 3, 4, 5. Fuck Judgment, that game sucks. Halo Collection, 5. And
yeah, those are all old games.
Yeah, exactly. They're all games. Obviously Sunset Overdrive, Rise. I don't know about Rise. I know Quantic Dreams is on there.
I would love them to announce that Rise is getting a deep enhancement of version for Xbox Series X. That would be very nice.
That's obviously what they have there right now. Halo will be one, obviously. The Medium obviously will be one. Obviously, you got the Halo DLC that's coming out with all the other DLCs on Game Pass. That's a bit of a biggie. That's kind of a biggie. But I don't know how long that's going to last them, because they're buying that for a certain amount of time. And then it's kind of, again, it's like, it's going off the list of games that they haven't really got dates of. Like, that's the problem, isn't it? So, obviously, you got Forza, Everwild.
I'm saying we can't think of anything. Like, these games are years away. Even Forza.
Like, it's hard, because the thing is, right, I'm still tinkering around the idea of, like, with Hellblade and Forza and stuff like that. Like, we didn't get dates, but let alone the fact that they're on the Series X and PC. So, and obviously their indication is we're not doing Series X games until 2 years after. But if they bring those games out before that, like, what that means, or, like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because the way I look at it is a sense of, so every game they announce that's only on Series X and PC is going to be 2 years later. So Forza won't be out until, I would say, 2022 at the earliest, right? Somewhere around 2022. Same thing with Hellblade. Same thing with Everwild and Avowed. Also the Medium.
I saw the thing where you had mentioned, Adam, with Everwild. Like, they literally just said what you told me. They were like, we don't know what this game is yet. We're still basically trying to figure it out, what direction we're going in.
Yeah, that's they said the gameplay. The gameplay of the game, they're still tinkering with the idea of what the fuck, or how the gameplay is going to act in that game. So, yeah, I mean, kind of waiting on that. The thing is about that Everwild game, man, is that thing's been in the making for a long time. And I don't know what was happening. I don't know if, again, because they're using Unreal Engine, right? I wonder if they have gone over to Unreal Engine 4. I do, even though the recent trailer is Unreal, that's not Unreal Engine 5, that's Unreal Engine 4, which was mentioned. So I'm like, would they change over to the Unreal Engine 5? Because they can do it very quickly. Wait and see on that. But yeah, like, I'm just trying to think, before, like, I think the Game Pass situation right now, they've got a lot. Like, if you were a person that's going to buy a Series S or an X, or an Xbox One S, right? Because obviously they discontinued the Xbox One X for the reasons being, if people went into a store and they saw a Series S and they saw Xbox One X being cheaper than that, but they found out that's a 4K console, that's a 1080p console, they'll be asking questions, why the fuck are you selling this?
I don't know. Let me break it down for you. We're not saying Xbox is complete trash. We're saying with what little they've done in the past 7+ years, why isn't any of the content they showed at their show ready? You're going to have to wait 3 to 4 years for most of these original true next-gen IPs, games to play. They're making you wait even more. You're going to be waiting more than 10+ years for, like, this content we should have gotten basically in the next year or so. That's the problem. That's what we're addressing. You understand? I know your English isn't good, but hopefully you understood that.
Who's that?
Adam and SpongeBob.
After Playroom, come on Come on, these games are.
We're not saying all those PS5 games are going to be smash hits either, man. We're just talking about what we're going to be able to play over the next year or so.
There you go.
Going into the next gen.
Yeah, those games could be garbage, but we have them. And they're ready. There's some of them, I believe half of them should be ready for launch. Even the smaller games.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, I've seen Astro Playroom and stuff like that. I mean, is this before?
Great, but they are coming. Why do I have to wait when the competition gives me games right there, right now?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the thing, bro. Like, keep saying they're coming, but that's the...
I'm just going to say, Ottoman was in your SpongeBob. A lot of the games you saw at PS5's event are coming next year, right? Apart from Afia, Pragmata, which Afia is going to be exclusive to PlayStation, and it might go to PC eventually, not Xbox though. Pragmata is a multi-plat, but games like Horizon Zero Dawn, that game's going to be coming out early next year in the Easter time. Ratchet & Clank next year, because we've got Spider-Man this year. GT7 either launch or next year. Demon's Souls, again, launch or next year. They're going to be all the games. Most of the games you saw last, at their event are going to be coming out probably within the span of up to, I would say, maybe September or October next year. Most of them will be out, apart from a couple, which were 2022. But apart from that, a lot of their games are ready to go out. Whereas Xbox, they didn't give you a date. They really didn't, because apart from Halo, which we know is going to be presumably holiday 2020. If that game looks like the way it did, and it's not going well, and clean up the development of that game, especially the online aspects as well, they're gonna have to delay that game. 100%, they're gonna have to delay that game. Afia will come to Xbox. Well, we don't know. That's the problem. From what I can say right now, Afia is not going to Xbox. Because designed specifically for the PS5, which, by the way, again, the Medium had the same tagline.
Look, I think
that
Atheon or whatever it's called, it will be going to Xbox at a later date. I don't trust Square Enix after all the shit they've done, so I'm not gonna sit up here and go along with, hey, they're making it exclusive again. They're not making it exclusive. That game is going to Xbox and PC later on, or PC day and date with PS5. I don't know how you want to label it. That shit's going to Xbox. And I'm not an Xbox fan. It's just, I'm not going to sit around here and trust Square Enix. They've made this movement to every game is going on all platforms.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see one game being exclusive for more than a year. So it'll probably be a year exclusive, and then it'll go to Xbox.
It's like the Medium. The Medium game, since they announced that, I was like, that's a multiplayer game. Like, no, it isn't. And it's like, yeah, it is. And then they literally said console launch exclusive. That game.
Yeah, they're telling you right off the bat.
That game is going on PlayStation, because again, they say, it can only be made on the Xbox. In what regards? The SSD. PS5 SSD is better. Everyone knows that. And what they're trying to do is this dual reality, having two worlds simultaneously being able to be loaded at the same time when you're going from world to world, which is what the SSD is about, in which the PlayStation can easily do with it, and same for the Xbox. So, said it earlier, if that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised if they end up working on the PS5 SSD, not unless Xbox bought Blooper, which has been mentioned. Don't know if it's going to happen though. Wait and see on that. But yeah.
With Project Athia, I thought they were funding that project with Epic.
No,
there's more to that than just a regular timed exclusive. What do you want to call it?
PlayStation are funding that with Square Enix. They are funding that game with Square Enix, and it says built for the PlayStation 5 exclusively, right? But at that same point, right, it's only on the PlayStation 5 as of right now, because they can't do some of the things on the PC because of the SSD, which they can't, again, PCs haven't got that yet, but they will eventually have it. In that case, they will get it. Xbox in the hand, I don't know. It could happen. I'm not saying it won't, but it could happen. But right now, I'm saying no, it's not. It's not. No. They're not doing it. I'm sorry, they're not.
That game, whatever that project is, it's years away anyway, so it's gonna be a while till we find out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, I mean, like, there was part of me I was wondering, like, if that game is even fucking real. And then when I heard, you know, Gary Whitta, again, that wrote, you know, that's obviously kind of funny from time to time, but also he's one of the writers that did Rogue One, the Star Wars story film, and also Book of Eli and other things. That's a real game. I'm like, okay. That gives me confidence that's an actual game. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. But, you know.
Where did you get the news? It's public information, Adam. You can Google it.
I mean, I don't know what. I'm wondering if it's asking that from what we're talking about, or if it's a sense of what Rice
said. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh,
I don't know. We're trying to find out.
Well,
I don't know.
Both of those is public information.
Yeah, both of them public information. Yeah, like Medium at 30 frames at Series X is public information. They've come out and said it themselves. It's fake.
I mean, we can pull up the article if you need it. If you don't believe, I got the article right here. I can pull it up.
But again, like the devs of Blooper literally said they were going for a cinematic experience, which makes sense. And with what they're trying to do with that game, makes even more sense because that's a very demanding game. Yeah.
I think he meant for both.
Yeah, I think he meant for both. Again, with the Afia thing, I'm going to say this as well, because this is definitely going to be a factor. Whenever that game comes out on PlayStation, and depending on how many PlayStation 5s have been sold or are out there, will definitely give an indication as to if they will put that on Xbox or not. Which is why I kind of think like it won't go to Xbox. I again, not saying it won't, but I feel like there'll be a strong.
What hurts Xbox in a lot of these cases is that the games are going to sell great on PlayStation 5. That's just going to give them less of a reason to bring it to another console if it's not already a console exclusive at least.
Yeah.
They're making their money back on these projects. It's just all there is to it.
I mean, yeah, that's true. It's also, I mean, obviously as well, Sam. The other thing as well is that PlayStation, like again. Regardless of people saying that they're only consumer about us having to buy a brand new console to play the brand new thing, which has been the case forever. You know, I use the analogy of ripping off a Band-Aid, right? You know, PlayStation are ripping off that Band-Aid whilst Xbox are slowly peeling off over the next 2 years. And by the time they get there, how many PlayStation 5s are going to be out in the world compared to Xbox Series X's? You know, we don't know, but, you know, the numbers will probably be quite big. And looking at the aspects of, you know, are developers developing their games, are developers wanting to develop their games on two platforms of one brand or one? The answer is one. They want to move on to the next console, like, you know, DICE with Battlefield 6. You know, last year in October, they stated that they were going to be bringing out a Battlefield game this year. Then at the beginning of this year, they came out saying we're delaying it and we're going to bring it out next year. In regards, and they didn't say that it's because of next gen, but because it's DICE, it's got to be next gen because they've always pushed detail in their games. They've always looked good. So it makes sense. So yeah, like, you know.
Well, that's fucking crazy. Look,
I think
that I have not a damn problem with anybody delaying their game or making sure their game is ready and bringing it out the following year after launch year, as long as you have at least 3 launch titles. PS4 was able to get away with it, and one of them wasn't as good as the others.
Remember, Bloodborne was supposed to be a launch game. They couldn't even get it to run. They delayed that.
Exactly.
You gotta delay it.
And they delayed it by 2 years. I think it's okay to delay Halo as long as you have 2 other games to take a spot or 3 other games to take a spot. The fact is, you can't name 3 other games that are exclusive only to Xbox and PC that can take the spot of Halo that'll be ready by launch in the next 3 months. Can you? Can you name 3 other games that are by the first party studio that are ready for launch besides Halo?
Well, no.
No, you fucking can't, because they don't got no games. Goobity gig. No, I'm serious, bro. I want everybody to ask yourself that. How many?
No, it's
people.
like Sam. We were talking about it. Me and Sam were talking about this right before the show. Nadella was saying, and obviously Phil was saying, right, we've got the best lineup of games at launch. And the thing is, when they say that, what they're really theoretically meaning is, again, like, the backwards compatibility side of it, right? They've got a fuck ton of games. Of course they have. Yeah, because of the backwards compatibility. But when it comes to games that, you're selling to sell that system, they haven't. Like, apart from obviously Halo, if that doesn't get delayed. But, it's funny how they're asking Nadella this question, a guy that kind of, pokes his head in at Xbox once in a while, you know what I mean? Compared to, it's just... It's like, I don't know. I really don't.
Yeah, he shouldn't talk. He obviously isn't knowledgeable about this medium, with video games. He just needs to keep his mouth shut.
The other thing is, Son of Sam, man, is that in their show, the factor of Matt Booty in there talking about a game that they showcase, right? Listen, I'm not going to be rude to this guy, but I am now. I don't want to fucking hear a word from you, Matt Booty. I want to see those developers talk to me about their games. Not you, the developers. So when Obsidian showed off their game, right, the guy said, this is our new project, and they showed it off, and then Matt Booty was like, talking about it afterwards. I'm like, I don't want to fucking hear it from you. I want to hear it from the guy that literally did that video. Why the fuck are you describing this game? You know what I mean? No. That's why, when you had the PlayStation thing, when you had Angie with, and obviously Vaughn and stuff like that with Horizon, and also Smith with Spider-Man, also Thingy from Poly, and, it was great to see that. It was really great to see that. And obviously, Shu, seeing Shu say a beloved game, and it was fucking Demon Souls, and obviously he had a bit of a gripey situation with that game initially, but he liked it eventually. It was very funny. There's a bit of history there. But yeah, I don't want to hear from Booty, man. Listen, the only pro that I took away from that show is that, fuck me, Phil Spencer got a brand new camera.
Wait up. Phil had a good camera the whole time, though, right?
No, he didn't. No, he did not.
I thought Aaron Greenberg was the one that had the worst camera.
No, bro. That was, obviously their studio camera situation. But everyone was memeing it, weren't they? Saying, I hope they have better cameras and mics. And it was like, well, obviously, yeah, because they thought they were doing. But yeah.
Don't they manufacture them? How come they just can't take one out of storage and use it?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Everyone's off that.
How fucking lazy are they?
Just gonna roll this off because I just want to say. So obviously, the main thing obviously this week was obviously the Xbox event, which is the main factor. Obviously, we had the Spider-Man 60 frames 30, 60 frames 4K. We don't know if that has ray tracing or hasn't got ray tracing. I would say it hasn't got ray tracing compared to the quality version, which was probably 4K 30 with ray tracing. Talked about that. We talked about obviously the God of War rumor, which again might happen whenever that will be. We talked about obviously Xbox having dev kits, and obviously there are dev kits. Just depends on when they were given to devs. We don't know. I think, we covered pretty much all of the little bits and pieces. Obviously, I mentioned Ghost of Tsushima still being number one. Obviously, I don't know, we talked about it as well. Ghost of Tsushima sold 2.4 million, being the best-selling new IP from PlayStation, which is congratulations to Sucker Punch on that, that triumph. They deserve it.
What was the previous record? Was it for Horizon?
Yeah, Horizon did... I don't know if they did less or more than that, but they did it in 2 weeks or 9 days. I think it was something like that. So it wasn't 3 days, basically.
Yeah, so it beat it by a lot. Well done. Yeah.
Obviously, we also heard news that Last of Us Part 2 had 2.8 million digital sales. So I don't know if that adds on to the 4 million.
That's a record.
Yeah, I was just trying to think. The 4 million, by the way, was that only physical sales, or was that?
I thought that was combined.
Was that
I'm
combined?
not sure.
I don't know. I thought it was combined so they could get that, have a number ready. So I think it was combined, but it could have been physical. Who knows? I don't know they made that many. I know that Ghost kept having physical shortages and still is. And I think that's one of the reasons why it didn't sell so much. Like, I think digital was very good, but I think that the physical, what they reported could have been higher. So many people wanted to buy the physical disc.
It'd be interesting to see. It'd be interesting to see, like, again, like, we know that it sold 4 million or over 4 million, so it's probably going to be, I don't know, by now. I mean, I'm thinking 7 million. I don't know why, but we have to wait and see on that. Be good to know what it is by the end of the year. Or maybe probably, probably knowing them, they'll probably save it until next year at the launch of Last of Us when it got launched, and they'll probably do like an anniversary thing. Yeah. I really hope, bro, next year they give us, even though I don't think they're going to do it, I would love for them to do a documentary around that game and call it Grounded Part 2. Or,
Oh, do we get to see all the Neil Cuckman stuff?
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, I know what the thing is.
Drunksman, all that stuff.
I would just like them to do it, and then, like, it be like an hour and a half, or maybe near 2 hours, like the God of War thing, and just showcase. I don't know, just be real about it. Like, if it was bad, if it was good, if crunch was a bad thing or not. Like, be real about it, because when you watch the God of War thing,
what's going on, Cyber Dragon?
When you watch the God of War documentary, they were real about the shit that they were going through. Like, there was no bullshit, like, the whole 2014 thing where they had layoffs to the cancelled projects, Corey losing his shit when Shuhei didn't like the first iteration of the demo, and even the better parts, like comedic aspect, like him trying to find Yumi Yang and fucking him relying on Stud Steel and Yumi, and the E3 demonstration, obviously him realizing that they've got to make a whole game now, and they only made that little segment of the game. And then within the span of whatever years, how many years, they end up making that fucking game be what it was. It was fucking terrific. So
Dribble says the 4 million was just physical. Okay, so I guess we could look it up.
So that means that we're looking at, 6.8 million. That's great.
Well, Cyber Dragon said it was combined, so we got to see who was right.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, whatever the case is, it's great to hear that game has sold that many. But yeah, like, I think.
So, before we get out of here, I don't think we got anything else to talk about. We can't do any more rumors, but we did touch on the PS5 August state of play. That's supposed to be happening. We don't know when though. It looks like the 6th is a rumored date by someone that got his past rumored wrong, so we can't really take that into account and trust that one. Ghost of Tsushima. Do you expect this game to be such a good game that it's like, I don't want to say it's a cult classic or anything, because obviously everybody went out and picked it up and supported it. But it's much better than the Metacritic. It doesn't happen that often.
While it might not get Game of the Year or even consideration for it, I feel like the studio has now, amongst the fans at least, kind of gotten everybody's respect.
Definitely.
I felt like it deserved it from Infamous 2, and it didn't even. It was second summon. I felt like people were definitely disappointed with that. But like with this game, I feel like, all right, they're internally amongst the fans, it's recognized as a top studio. Like finally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at some things, by the way. I just saw Next Gen for 8K literally retweet D-Batches a reply saying Halo Infinite is an, but I think it means is an, or is a, really. That's what you should say. Halo Infinite is an entirely new concept that would change gaming. No.
So he's wrong and he's a
bro, what is wrong with the Xbots?
People that say that shit, man, it's like, this isn't a God of War situation. It never was, it never will be. Yeah, that's just a stupid thing to say. And again, it continues on the aspect that, again, from an Xbox fan's point of view, don't talk about it. Don't talk in that manner. Just stop doing it. Like, because you're just digging yourself a deeper and deeper hole. And if PlayStation fans are being quote-unquote toxic, they have the right reason, because you're opening your mouth, you're flapping your gums too much. It's like Phil Spencer and Aaron Greenberg talking so much shit about power and stuff like that. where you have to blame them as well, like because
Look, and before we leave, we gotta address Aaron Greenberg. What did that moron say after the third-party showcase? We hear you. We heard everything about the lack of gameplay. We'll address it, and there was less gameplay this time around.
Yes, I do believe that. I believe you're fucking right. There was less gameplay than. Yeah.
I would like to know if any past, because I had J Love talk about how D-Love, I know that Cloud Tim Dog gave it a 9. I also saw, I think Kids Movie gave it an 8. So that, like, to me, that show was like a 4 or 5 to me. Or I gave it a C- to be generous, basically. So I gave it a pass in a sense, like Sam says. But again, like, I had my reasons.
Kept them out of summer school, yeah.
Yeah, I kept them out of summer school. But it was, there was a lot to desire. But you're not wrong. Like, Greenberg says, all right, we hear you. We've got to do something better. And again, they did improve it from last time around with the sense of, demonstrating, right? So again, they did something like what PlayStation, they literally did copy PlayStation with the whole graphic transitions and the way it looked when Phil and Matt Booty and some other people were on screen, which is great. But in the regards of gameplay, like I said earlier on, it was exactly like the May event where they showed gameplay of a game at first, ended it on a note where, you kind of got a trailer for a game that you wanted to see, but you're thinking, would we get gameplay? No. And I remember prior to this event, a lot of people were talking, Xbox fans, priorly, were talking about how we were going to be getting gameplay, a lot of games, and how these studios were going to be showing off gameplay. Did we? No, we didn't. And that's the bad truth.
You said that was that game with the one developer. We saw more gameplay now than their whole conference this time around.
Yeah, exactly. Again, Bright Light Memory. And again, that was the fourth game they showed. And again, you look at that, again, Halo started off, they started off. That game looked better, obviously looked better than Halo. And that's made by one person. If you have the argument of saying, no, it doesn't. But then you have to take into account that's one person making that game compared to presumably the thousands of people working on Halo Infinite. That's an eye-opener for you. A very big eye-opener.
Free paycheck to Halo Infinite.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I'll just scroll down a bit more. Hip Hop Gamer, obviously, like...
Another illiterate.
He's like a kid in a candy store, and I love it. But, I like this tweet. I really like this tweet, and I'm going to read it. This August, after PlayStation 5 does at least some of what I know already... And again, I don't think he really knows much. I mean, he said he knows something, but again, take it whatever it is. Xbox is gonna have to prove a lot. Like Paris, and by the way, I saw Paris's quotes on the show, and he was on IGN's panel when he was watching it. His face was fucking. He was fucking sad.
He was sad. I knew he was sad.
He was on the IGN panel.
Yeah, he was, yeah. When
I know what Sam's about to ask.
I've never heard of this guy. What are these people become random celebrities all of a sudden?
Yeah, again, the guy, he's been, I know this guy before, until this year, but the guy's been going to E3 since, like, the original Xbox came out. Like,
okay, so it's been brown-nosing his ass off.
He's been around, he's been grinding, right?
Very brown, Sam.
He's been grinding, but basically what he said was, and I agree with this, and this is what Hip Hop Gamer said, like Paris said, or Vicious 696 said, they are in prove it mode. So going forward at Xbox, Xbox's new message is not power, but prove it. Because PlayStation proved everything. 9 out of 10 versus 2 out of 10.
Whoa! I like that one.
And again, like, I don't disagree with it. I mean, again, I would have gave
illegal,
it.
But I like it.
I would have gave it like a 4 or 5. A 4 or 3 out of 10. Like, bump up a couple of points. But again, like, he's not wrong. And yeah.
I feel like a 2 is a good score.
Yeah, I think I think the thing is, like, going back to what, like, Xbox fans have been saying it is, right? I would like to ask them that question of, like, you do understand that show is very similar to the May event, just the fact that it's your first party games and you care about them. which I agree. And again, like
yeah, and we didn't see the fat ass in the beginning, but Bryce Cedar 79 for that $2 dono. Thanks, bro. He said maybe the full Xbox staff is waiting on Unreal Engine 5 to drop.
That's what I was saying. Because it's a lot of those devs that might benefit from that engine, but they can't use it yet, and I know they can't. And even if they can use it, they don't have anything ready with it yet.
The thing is about that being said, and obviously I'm not arguing with him because he's definitely right on that. Again, they could be, but like Halo are not using that engine; they're using their own. Hellblade,
yeah, it's
yes.
a slip space, right?
Everwild are using it, yes. I don't know if Obsidian are using it. I would think they might be using it. Psychonauts 2 is using Unreal Engine 4, not 5. I don't know what State of Decay uses. That uses Unreal Engine 5 as well. Yeah, that will be using Unreal Engine 5.
God.
Fable, I don't know what they're using. I don't know what Playground Games use, but again, like those games, the games that theoretically, right, were pretty good looking, right? Again, they don't have to prove it. Again, it all comes down to the Halo situation. Like Halo was I think. Oh god, it's like it was like
they're better off using Unreal for Halo, though.
Basically,
when that show ended,
Ouch.
the meme side, when the meme started coming out of that show, it was tragic because it was tragic because it was in the sense of like it took a bit of time before the memes became a bit of a joke for both sides. Unlike the Bug Snacks ones where like people were memeing about Bug Snacks, but then at the same time people within the industry were memeing it because they liked the game, and people thought that that was a bad thing, right? It's like no,
it's not a first party developed game, though.
Yeah, people like Bug Snacks, let alone the fact that that's a multi-platform game. So if Xbox want to troll it, go ahead. But you're getting that game eventually as well, my friends, But with Halo, Digital Foundry said it.
My friends.
Digital Foundry said it, right? The memes did not help this show in any retrospect. Normally, memes tend to help. They really do. Or, get a bit more eyes on it. But it didn't help. It didn't really
when people are using that thing as an avatar like Frostbite and all these other people, that's not a compliment, obviously.
No, it's not a compliment, man. It's a joke.
Just having fun with that.
People using RTX on, RTX off, and it's just like they give it fucking makeup, and it's just there's a lot going on.
Yeah, I saw somebody put lipstick on him. I saw him in a bunch of other TV-related memes. It hasn't gotten old yet. I wonder when it is, but it's not going to get old lately.
I think
soon.
I'm like this guy called Logan Mayer, right? And I saw a lot of Xbox fans get triggered by this. Before the event happened, they had a woman on the pre-show that was, again, she wasn't a big Halo fan, right? She wanted to see some new sort of, artistic games. And then she literally said on the stream, she's going to use the Halo Infinite section, which is literally the beginning of it, as a bathroom break. And people were pissed about that. And I was thinking, why are you pissed? Not everybody likes fucking Halo. They don't. And then when it comes down to going back onto, because again, it kind of goes full cycle with Halo all the time. Everyone's like, oh, Alana Pierce and other people like, oh, that's what I wanted from Halo. That's what I wanted from Halo. I'm like, okay, cool. But if I was to tell you, right, would you say there's more Halo fans than there are casual fans, right? Would you say yes or no? You would say no, because there will be more casual fans wanting to get into gaming than there are with Halo fans.
Lately, definitely not. Back then, it probably had more of an advantage, but exactly. The franchise, let's be honest, the franchise has gone past its prime time. It's just trying to survive at this point.
It's just trying to survive, exactly. And again, you can see that with the game they're making. They are clearly trying to imitate Bungie in every sense. And I don't mind that. Because again, there have been other companies that have done the same thing. But if you can do it right, they've done some things here and there right, but when you're doing the open world, a lot of the things hinder on when the game comes out, like the open world aspects, this 10-year plan, which
It's like Dutch.
I would,
Jesus.
you know, which I am going to start quoting it as what it is, and it is, I am going to call it the Game Pass effect, right? What we saw with Halo, and then them saying, don't expect a Halo Infinite 2 anytime soon. It's like, why is that? Because we're going to be supporting this game for a long period of time. And I don't know to what degree they're saying that to. Are they saying that we're going to be getting updates in the sense of multiplayer, maybe a battle royale game to stimulate the audience, which we know is going to happen? Or is it going to be
True Woody, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say True Woody made a donation. It kind of has me like, I'm going to ask you a question in regards to this. So thanks for that $2, Shorty. Appreciate your support as always. Said Halo's 500 million with 1,500 developers, not a good site. Is that $500 million budget just for this one game, or could it be just for everything across what they're trying to accomplish? Like you're saying, it's going to be a service. Is this even a budget just for the game at this point, or is it just for everything they're going to provide across a period of time?
I've questioned this, and the fact that they are going for like this 10-year plan, or like 5+ year plan, I'm going to say, because I don't know the specifics of it. It's definitely over 5 years though. I'm gonna say yes. I think the 500 million, if it's 500 million, which is more than what God of War cost, Spider-Man and other games, I think that is to do, I thought it was to do with the marketing sort of situation, other things. It could still be, but I feel like the 500 million will make a little bit more sense if that's over the span of it. And obviously the 1,500 devs, I know that there's over 1,000 devs working on this game, and apparently 3 teams working on this game, which acutes to that.
God damn.
But
yeah.
And this is to get it out on time, Sam. Yeah, it's I like, again, what he said is, again, like, I don't know about the budget thing, because everyone keeps saying that, and I have as well. I think it's got to be fucking true, because it's like no one's negating it or coming out and saying, oh, that's not true. So yeah, like it's definitely
because we're trying to figure out why this game looks so bad and why is this budget this huge. That might just be the reason. It's spread out over time, like you mentioned. It's officially a service game now. They're not hiding that.
Yeah.
The game looks like, let's be honest, looks like dog shit from what we've seen.
Yeah. Here's going to that situation though, Sam, right? You've got that game that's doing that, right? Halo's doing that sort of long period of effect game, right? You've then got the rumors about Fable being an MMO, which, I see a lot of Xbox fans say that this isn't true, right? Saying that this isn't true. But the thing is, right, and I don't get this, if Fable being an MMO is to be true, why should this be considered a bad thing? Because the way I look at it, Fable will be a very good MMO looking game, or a game that will be good for an MMO sort of, genre. Because you look at World of Warcraft, you look at Elder Scrolls Online, you look at DC Online if you want to throw that in there. It's a good format for them. And if they do that, right, it's the same thing with Infinite, right? Where because of Game Pass, and again, a lot of people are going to be playing these games on Game Pass, and again, it's paying what, $5-15, depending on if it goes up or not, I don't know, right? You're not getting the full $60-70, right? How are you funding these games individually? You're not, right? And that's going to be the fact that this is one of the things that we are going to see ever so slightly every year. The same thing what you get with Netflix, right? They give you some sense of good content, right? Where it's film or TV series. But are Netflix in debt? Yes, they are. Game Pass is kind of the Netflix of gaming, as like people like to call it. Will that become a thing that goes into debt? Yes, it will do. Will they be able to fund, because Game Pass being a thing, right? Do you think Xbox or Microsoft will be giving Xbox the money to fund continue to fund games like, from the first party studios, with, let's say, $250 to $300, right, on their games every 2 to 3 years? Fuck no, especially if they're going to Game Pass. That's why, again, going back to it, if Fable's an MMO, it makes sense because it's a longevity thing, they can get money in the meantime, and again, it suits the aspect of Game Pass, right? You then look at Halo, the same sort of manner, right? It's a continuation where, because they're not spending another few hundred million on Halo Infinite, they can just put a couple tens of millions in Halo Infinite, right? Instead of making a sequel. And then you've got State of Decay being another one, right? That game's going to be the same as Halo and that game. where it's going to be a longevity thing. You know,
Did y'all read that super chat from True Witty?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
We did. So, like, again, like I said, man, we're gonna, you know, I'm calling it, like, this is what I'll probably say something else has probably said this, but it is the Game Pass effect. It is. It's, you know, a lot of people within the industry have been talking about this for the past days. So months. And one of the people, which I retweeted about, and somebody in the industry brought it up, and it was Imran. Yeah, that's Bogar's gone up. Imran Khan tweeted out on the 24th, which is the day after, saying, so after sitting on it for a bit, I have two reoccurring thoughts on the Xbox show. One, the argument of everything here will be on Game Pass is compelling and a ridiculous value. True. Second, Game Pass resilience will be a double-edged sword and eventually give way to the Netflix problem, which again is a budget situation. To expand on two, which he said, I think Game Pass is only going to grow as it becomes the centerpiece to Xbox experience, right? And again, I agree with them. I don't think they care about selling the Xbox Series X. They care more about the Game Pass. They care about that service more than they do about that console. Every PlayStation fan should get that into their fucking skulls. They are not in the same span, or they're not thinking in the same span of PlayStation anymore. Thus, it's complete fucking limbo on that point. But anyway, it says that's great for consumers. It's crazy having all these first-party games and third-party games available on this service. But as it gets bigger, issues of scale arise. CD Projekt Red has already said that Cyberpunk won't be on Game Pass at launch, and they had to otherwise people would just not buy it, right? When Spencer aimlessly. Fuck. Let me just. I'm my English, my fucking dyslexia is acting up there.
Sorry, buddy. Take your time.
It's a fucking bitch. One sec. What?
Erroneously.
Erroneously.
There
Right,
we
what's
go.
that mean?
That's a fucked up word.
In a mistaken way. So when Phil, in a mistaken way, said Control was coming to Game Pass, Remedy had to get out there and say no, so the game sales didn't cater. Again, true, because again, they want to sell that game, rightfully so. So fuck Phil, fuck Xbox.
So basically, they admitted at that point in time that if a game does go to Game Pass, they do lose sales.
Well, yeah, of course. Well, This is obviously the devs, right? This is the devs and also CD Projekt Red, right? When people were saying how, because they got the marketing rights to Cyberpunk, right? Fans are like, it's going to be coming to Game Pass. I never heard this. But apparently it's flying around. And CD Projekt were like, no, it's not. Who the fuck said this? We spent too much money on this game. And the thing is, the fucked up thing about that, though, which really pisses me off, and Sam knows about this because he got the game, they gave you a message saying, thank you for supporting our game. And they're one of the few developers that say this to you when you get a physical copy. And they care about the fans. Whoever buys their games, they care about the value of their games. You get a fuck ton out of their games for the value that you're spending, which is amazing from them. But to continue on this, he goes, if Game Pass is what the system largely revolves around, then the market expectations for games on that system would be that they are on Game Pass eventually. If you're a third party and MS asked for your new game to be on Game Pass, the smart answer is probably okay, but pay me, right? Again, big sum of money. Like I said with the Red Dead thing, Red Dead 2 and GTA 5 presumably costing $250 million per game, which is a big sum of money. Big sum of money. So that means that they spend $500 million on both those games to put on Game Pass. But anyway, which is a faster version of Netflix, the Netflix problem. I alluded to sorry, so let me go back to that. Which is a faster version of the Netflix problem I alluded to earlier. Eventually, content providers realized Netflix was making more money off their content than they were getting in return, or at the very least, they felt like they deserved more money, so they pulled their stuff. Which Disney, being the recent ones, right? Disney made their own service because they saw they weren't getting money from Netflix, so they made their own service, right? So going on to that, as a result, Netflix pivoted to original content, like we see right now with films and TV series, which is a kind of what I expect, what I see Xbox Game Studios trying to do now. But that has all its own pitfalls in terms of resources and the way games are designed. Would you greenlight a big single playthrough narrative game that's a one and done on Game Pass? No, you wouldn't. Which may be that's the intention. Maybe they want to be the service for games as a service. That's not a bad plan. I just don't know that it's their intention on that. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, Game Pass is still an absolutely incredible deal. Again, true. That whole thread is everything that I was thinking about within Game Pass, but I didn't know how to get it out in my own words. But that is absolutely fucking true. And that's all to do with the problem of Netflix and what it's dealing with right now. You know, it's a big fucking issue with them. Big fucking issue. So, you know, yeah. I think as us as PlayStation fans, I've been saying, man.
How much damage control do you think Microsoft, Xbox executives, they have to do? We already know the fans are going to be in full force as much as they possibly can this week. If I was them, I would shut the fuck up. But if they want to go out guns blazing, defending Xbox for the last week leading into August, they can definitely do that. But when do you expect the damage control from Phil Spencer with his stupid interviews? You know he's gonna have them. You know he can't help himself. What do you think's gonna happen this week with those damage control interviews that Phil Spencer likes to do?
Here's the thing though. I said this to you I think last week or whenever it was. They paid to get interviews done by gamesindustry.biz. That's why you saw so many things come out of that site, right? Because they paid for these interviews. And within those interviews, there was two pieces. One regarding how console exclusive, or again, exclusivity on certain games, right, being a bad thing. That's what Phil said. Yet, at their own conference this week, we saw console launch exclusive multiple times. That's a bad fucking thing on his part, right? You can't negate it. He said the words that he said, and he showed, and everyone after that show were like, oh, but we thought, didn't Phil, there was loads of little articles jumping around saying that, didn't Phil say that console launch exclusives were bad though? Yes, he did. And then you go on to the aspects of, the 2-year plan, right? Of their games being on every platform, right? And then in their show, we saw a fair amount of games that were only going to be on Series X and the PC. And those ones, which I'm speaking about, are ones that people are interested in getting, like Hellblade, Avowed, Everwild, The Medium, and some other, and Fable, But again, you're going to have to buy a Series X to get those games. Wherever those games land in the release aspect, I have no clue. My assumption is that we're not going to see them until 2 years after, like what Phil said. Otherwise, it'll be another thing. I mean, he's already lying at this point anyway, because again, they're not bringing everyone with them. But he'd also be lying in the sense where it won't be 2 years. It'll be a year and a half or a year if those games drop, which kind of makes you think that it is going to be a lie, because I can't see Forza not coming out next year, even though,
even if it's not finished.
It's only just started, that's the thing. And with Fable, right? Fable's trailer was really good. I am so glad that we're getting a Fable game. I was ecstatic about that game, being a thing. I'm a big Fable fan. I was pissed that Fable Legends got cancelled. when I saw that trailer to me, like I said numerous times, felt like that trailer was made on the backhand of the past 5 months or 7 months, shall I say. Which, again, can be done, right?
Hey, Adam.
And
that's for you, man.
Yeah, Rice Eater. $2 with Rice Eater selling now with $2. First time someone broke down how Game Pass lead to trash games. Yeah, again, like dude, like listen, like I'm gonna retweet that tweet after the show, and anybody, you can go ahead, you can read it, you know. But I've been saying this. I said it's a fable. Expect games from Xbox that either the quality to be diminished or them have to change up the business model of those games to last longer, like Destiny, like World of Warcraft, because they can't. I'm sorry, but with Game Pass being so cheap and it being a great service to consumers, Xbox or Microsoft are not going to be consistently giving free, you know, well, not even 300, but I mean, really, theoretically, game budget, like budget to a game now should be even more expensive because, you know, there was an article about how they've raised from 200 to 300% on the big of a budget of a game, which is true, right? But, you know, like, it's kind of the sense of, you know, like a film, right? You know, films cost roughly around that sort of budget, right? Like 300 million, right? Depending on what it is. But, you know, take Avengers Endgame, right? You go to the cinema, you buy a ticket, right? Over in the UK, it's £15, right? That's just you, and you're buying a ticket to see that film. And then when you go back to cinema again to watch the film again, you have to spend another £15. And that money's going towards the domestic value of whatever that is going to be in the box office, right? And they make that money back, and they profit that. Like, you know, Avengers Endgame did. Where was it? Like, was it 1.2 billion or something? I don't know what it was. I have no fucking clue what it was. But when you look at Game Pass, right, and video games cost you $60. So if Game Pass is $50 and $10, how is that gonna fucking value? You know, and you've got to keep. And again, this is Game Pass. You're paying $15 to $10 for Game Pass, and that's not on a specific game. That's for every game that's on that service. So you've got to split that $15 to $10 like price tag a month to all these individual titles, which is probably going to be not even $1. It's going to be fucking cents, isn't it? Or pennies in the point. Like, you guys, they're going to have 50p of the profit. They're going to have 50p of the profit. You know what I mean? It's a rabbit hole that if you go down it's a fucking rabbit hole right now. It really is for them. And again, only as much as it being a great service for consumers, there is going to be
like it's a great option, man, but it's like, do I want to play stuff that's on there for this amount of money each month? Dude, I was on it for $1 for 3 months, right? I barely touched it. I'm not lying. I barely touched that service, even for $1.
I mean,
the PS Now titles are way more enticing, to be honest, unless you're just looking for first-party games from Xbox. So the other stuff besides the first-party stuff on Xbox, aside from like The Witcher 3 or like currently Red Dead Redemption 2, there's not a lot of really just enticing content, man. It really wouldn't get you to just be like, hey, I got to play this every day for the rest of my life, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
they don't have that kind of compelling content.
Well, this is what I mean. Like, I literally, because obviously last year when Gears came out, I literally had to dig through like a fucking like one of my wardrobes, or when my mum was keeping it, my brother's old Xbox One S, and also my original Xbox. Sorry, it was original Xbox. My bad. To play Gears 5 because I'm a Gears fan. I want to see how the story goes in the 5th one, and he had Game Pass. And after I played that, I packed it up. Oh no, I didn't actually. I played Devil May Cry 5 because I want to play that. After that, I packed it up. Then I got it back out.
With a $2 super chat. Game Pass may also be directly responsible for Halo. We saw.
Yeah, I get
that.
Like,
that right there. That is the super chat of the day.
I said it earlier on, man.
That's the super chat of the day right there.
When did I say about the truth serum thing, Sam? Was it yesterday?
Well, it's gonna. I'm not even sure, man. You're talking about just Game Pass diluting the content? I feel like we've been talking about that a lot in general.
Yeah. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about Game Pass again, like changing the way their studios are going to develop their games and the business model they're going to have to go for. Like I said with Halo, they're not doing a Halo 2 anytime soon. They've literally said this. They are going to be stretching this game out for the long haul. I don't know in what regard, whether it's single player, multiplayer, or if it's specifically for just multiplayer. I don't know. But they're going to have to spend some money. They're going to have to generate some sort of money. They are. But, I said it, I think I said this yesterday, didn't I, Sam? I would love to basically inject Phil Spencer or Aaron Greenberg. I would like to inject Truth Serum into one of those two and ask them the question, is the reason why Halo Infinite is looking like the way it is, the business model why it is what it, the way they take, the reason why they're taking the business model that they are, is it because of the Game Pass? I'll inject it into them, and if they say yes, I'll fucking laugh my ass off. Because I know it is. I feel like it is.
I feel that.
Dude, they're professional liars. Look at the way they're lying about how the next gen games are not going to be affected. Look what we just saw with the fucking gorilla is a meme.
I know that Adam said they have a deal with GameIndustry.biz. I don't care who they have a deal with. I'm just waiting for Phil Spencer to say something stupid this week, because it's gonna happen, man. He can't help himself, and he's gonna need to say something.
One sec. Let me just say something. Ottoman Sultan. Well, why have you changed your name? Wait, did we get rid of him?
I don't know. I didn't.
I know.
He can change his name, can
he? Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Right.
Anyway, Ottoman, Game Pass, right, with Red Dead Redemption 2. The thing is, the difference between the two, right, and again, yes, 1 and 2. You see, Xbox presumably paid $250 million for Red Dead Redemption 2, let alone the same for GTA 5. So they spent over probably nearly $500 million on those two games to be on Game Pass, whereas PlayStation now probably didn't spend nearly as much as that on Red Dead Redemption 1, because that was already an old game before they integrated. Well, actually no, because PlayStation was already there. But I can go back on the aspect of how much money Rocksteady owe PlayStation and why they are always doing marketing rights and deals with PlayStation, because they owe them a lot of money. That's that again. I can crush that. So yeah, like again, I know it's Red Dead Redemption 2 to 1, but yeah, like they gave them $250 million, roughly around that sort of summary of money for Red Dead 2, which makes sense because that only came out, what was it, in 2018? So yeah, I just sort of thought I would say that to you, man. Like, with PS Now, they didn't have to spend any sort of money like that. It probably wasn't even in the fucking millions. It probably was in the hundreds of thousands. So yeah.
They want to overpay for mixture. They want to overpay for this stuff. Why don't they ever overpay for quality developers? They overpay for like all the fucking wrong things, I feel like. Yeah, why don't you just get better developers and give them the money, you dumbasses? Yeah. You wouldn't get gorilla memes.
Yeah. Acoustic Child, I just saw. That was a 4-month-old build, Aaron Greenberg said. Just go off what you're saying, Acoustic Child. Go on YouTube, type in Halo Infinite 2019. Look at what you saw last year. That was supposedly running on an Xbox Series X spec thing, right? The specs on the Series X, which we didn't know at the time, but that's what it was running on. It looks identical to what you saw on Thursday, and that was over a year ago. So if you believe what Greenberg says, I'm sorry to say this, but don't trust him. Do not fucking believe that guy. I know the guy works at Xbox, and don't trust a person that's on the internet. I can understand that. But the factor is, that game looks exactly the same as what it did a year ago. And people told me that game was going to look better this year. It is not looking better this year. And with the next 4 months, they are not going to improve that game. let alone the fact that Greenberg said the reason why, on top of the 4-month comment, the reason why it looked like that is because they were in lockdown for the past 4 months. Yet, games that are coming out of third parties like CD Projekt Red, games that are coming out of PlayStation and Nintendo are looking far better or progressing far better than what Halo is. Let alone the fact that they haven't got thousands of people working on that game. There's a lot of things that are not adding up with that bullshit comment of his. And Aaron Greenberg has said some stupid shit in the past that people called out in interviews, and he is continuously doing the same shit. I am not a person that would say I hate the guy damn right to hell, but the guy is a fucking liar. He's a literal liar? Is that what they call it?
Habitual liar.
Oh, we're going Chappelle show, okay.
Yeah, he's habitual.
You know,
he's
I'm
a
sorry,
habitual liar.
You know, yeah.
He's a bitch bag.
Again,
habitual line stepper.
This is, I'm going to say this right now as well, child. I'm going to say this right now to this child, accused child. I'm talking on behalf of a person that loves fucking Halo, that played Halo day one when it came out on the Xbox. I've got an Xbox, I played Halo from 6 p.m. UK time to 6 a.m. in one sitting with my brother. Fucking loved that game to shit. 2, 3, Reach, ODST, loved them. 4 and 5, didn't mind them. But when I was going into this event, I was expecting something extravagant from that series. And even though it gave me the vibes that I want from a Halo game, it didn't give me the look of what a Halo game is. And I know that people talk about art style and stuff like that, but Halo has had a bit of, again, not saying photorealism, but the game has had some sort of level of detail to it and effects to it that give it a good look. And that did not have it. It didn't. It was not good. However they want to shape it is up to them, but it was not good. And I'm not the only Halo fan that's saying this shit. There are diehard Halo fans that are saying the same thing, and rightfully so. It's not good, man. It really isn't. But, like, regarding your comment, it's bullshit. I'm sorry, it's fucking bullshit. You know, they've had 5, 6 years on this project. They've clearly restarted this project twice. Last time that I heard, it was in 2018. They lost 2 key people, creative director and head of 343 on this project. And they've also went from Unreal Engine 4, presumably, to Slipstream Engine, let alone the fact they've gone from open world to linear. They have gone jumping from cliffside to cliffside or from island to island on this idea of this game. And I don't think they know what the fuck they're doing. And I think, you know, a part of this is to do a Game Pass. They're putting on Game Pass. It costs a lot of money to make. They've got to stretch it. How do they do that? Well, they don't make another game until maybe the end of the generation of the Xbox Series X, which I think will happen.
That's sad.
Yeah,
look, it's really, really sad, bro. They don't know they're about to get fucked over. And they're sitting back, and look, that last little bit of thing that they're going to do is that one thing I wanted to play, and we got 20 minutes, and then we're going to be up out of here. We will continue all of our discussions or for after show for the first time, and we will be on Twitch. So if you guys want to continue with the after show, we'll be picking that up on Twitch as soon as we're done over here on YouTube. So we got 19 more minutes. I want you to listen to this. This was brought to you by Adam, got us this soundbite. But I want you guys to listen to this. Let me know if it's too loud, if you can hear it perfectly. I'm going to play it real quick.
Like, what system do you enjoy having more? And that's not just about the games, it's about everything surrounding the games. And it is really about value as well. And Game Pass is the best value out there. I don't believe Sony does have anything even remotely as competitive as that. When you factor in not just the price of the machine, but then how much money are you going to spend? You could never buy a game on this next generation. I'd be very happy. Just get the Game Pass subscription. And there's going to be more than enough for you to play.
I'm not going to buy another game ever again.
You never have to.
I was like, I'm not going to do that. That feels so weird.
So I don't know if you guys heard it perfectly, but
I did.
Conditioning people to not buy your games. I don't know.
That's some silly ass shit. They're never gonna stop that.
Is this the true purpose of Game Pass, Adam? To never buy software, even though they're gonna make those discs and put them out in these shops for people not to buy them. Like, I don't understand how this goes. It's a great value, but you have influencers like them have all these thousands of people watching their videos and live streams, sitting up there saying you don't ever have to buy a game if you just buy Xbox and buy Game Pass. Even if a developer wastes their money producing boxes and discs for people to buy, the Xbox community won't buy those games. They just sit around waiting for games to go to Game Pass. I think Adam's either here or not here. I don't know where he's at. I just ask you, Sam, how do you feel about this, man?
What I just listened to, that felt like some terrible fucking acting, dude. Like, all those third-party games, I still gotta buy if I want to play them day one.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't want to play any of their exclusives, at least
Game
not
Pass,
lately.
bro.
So
Cyberpunk and Call of Duty, they're not on Game Pass.
Their first-party lineup doesn't get really intriguing to me until, I'm guessing, it could be even later, but I'm guessing 23, 24, we're going to get those games they showed us. Currently, their first-party lineup is just old games. You know, I mean, are we dying to play Halo Infinite? That'd be the only thing we'd have to play. And then after that, we got nothing.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're not getting Forza anytime soon. You're not getting anything else anytime soon. I'm telling you, dude, what was that show you're listening to? Because that sounded like just terrible acting to me.
That was Adam's favorite show.
Great.
Kinda funny.
Of course, it makes sense. These fucking shows, yeah.
Wait, what?
They just say whatever.
Adam, I want you to listen to this because I know your ass ran. We gotta listen to this one more time. I want everybody's impressions.
Like, what system do you enjoy having more? And that's not just about the games, it's about everything surrounding the games. And it is really about value as well. And Game Pass is the best value out there. I don't believe Sony does have anything even remotely as competitive as that. When you factor in not just the price of the machine, but then how much money are you going to spend? You could never buy a game.
You don't even know the price of the machine. What are you talking about?
Just get the Game Pass subscription, and there's going to be more than enough for you to play.
I'm not going to buy another Xbox game ever again.
You never have to.
It's true. That I was like, I'm not going to do that. That feels so weird.
Again, like, going off of, because that was Gary, right? That was Gary and Fee.
Idiot.
Regarding what he's saying, right? I don't disagree with him on it. And again, is that the consumer's fault that is their mindset? No, that's Xbox's. And if, like I'm saying, right, their games suffer, it's their fault. I don't blame them. If I'm a person that's excited for Series X, I'm going to be like them. I'm not going to get another game ever again. I'm going to get them on Game Pass. I'm going to get into that service because I'm going to be spending £10 on Game Pass every month. I'm like, fuck yeah, I am. And if they release Game Pass Ultimate, that's like, let's say £80 every month, or sorry, every year. I'm doing that over buying their games. That's just me. But like, in that same thing, right, Jay? And I told you this when I watched it. Gary Whitta, the guy I was literally talking that, right? Go to that Halo Infinite segment. He fucking rips into that goddamn game. Apart from the other two, right? Snowbite Mike and Lana Pierce, which love Halo. They love everything about Xbox, right? He is an honest person. He spoke so much fucking truth about the whole show and also the Xbox, the Halo Infinite thing. He fucking laid into it, man. No, he made the same comments I have about who greenlit certain things. Because it's true, like, who the fuck does these things, man? You don't.
Wait a minute. To that comment, not all the TV shows are on Netflix. It's the same thing. Not all the games are going to be on Game Pass.
Exactly.
It's not like you just get to pick from whatever you want.
You know how many movies are not on Netflix that I wish were on there and I have to download? Like, come the fuck on. I have to buy? Fuck out of here. Yeah. There were so many. There's anime that I have to have another subscription to watch because it's not on Netflix. Don't sit up there and act like everything's going to be there. Rice Eater with a $5 super chat. This would eliminate the AAA games market, and we would only be left with the type of shovelware we see the PC market today. You see in the PC market today. Microsoft and fanboys are cancer to gaming. I agree with that. Shit so much. And it is true. If you go down this road, you can't go back. They gone down the Game Pass road and low quality games and games as a service, and yeah, Microsoft's never coming back. So don't expect them to compete at all on the level of PlayStation. They're never gonna do that shit. They're gone.
I'm sorry, man. This is to every PlayStation fan. Like I've been saying it. Xbox are not like what they were in the 360 era. If you want to throw the original Xbox era, I really don't, because like not a lot of people are talking about them at that point. But 360 era and the Xbox One era, they're not in the same sort of width anymore. They're not under the same sort of competition as mindset of the competition. They are under the mindset of they want to sell you on Game Pass a service more than the actual console. And every person has said this. It's fact. It's actual fucking fact. The fact that whole show, to me, was just basically a huge advertisement for fucking Game Pass. It should have just been called Xbox Game Pass Showcase. Not Xbox Game Showcase, Xbox Game Pass Showcase. Because that was the main reason for that show. Literally was the main reason for that show.
Yeah.
Regardless if you're an Xbox fan or not, man, like, listen, you've got to open your fucking eyes on this shit. You really do.
And did we have to see...
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to mention, man, because he mentioned, like, we saw that guy from frickin' Ninja Theory showing us his vacation pictures. Like, did we really have to just waste time watching that type of shit?
Yeah, I mean, I think Briggs brought this up yesterday. It's not the whole damned you will, damned you don't situation where it's like, they didn't show it. Like, it's kind of making that show even lesser, like making it smaller, in which people will be pissed off about. And if it wasn't, and if Hellblade wasn't there, or Ninja Theory weren't there, people will be wondering, what the fuck's happened to Hellblade? Which you don't want to hear, really. You never really want to hear that. Let alone the fact that, like I said earlier on when Jay was showing the video, I find it funny that the guy, Don Matthew, that is the head, apparently, in that video, right? He's gone from commercial manager at the beginning of this year. He went from commercial manager to head of the studio. That is a big fucking promotion. And I'm wondering what is going on at that studio, because there is questions.
What makes him qualified for that position?
That's what I'm talking about. You've gone from commercial manager to a bump up like that. That's a big step. Let's be honest.
That is a strange ass brand, dude. It really are.
Dude, I said this to Jody. I was talking to Jody. I went, Jody, he went from commercial manager to head of studio. Do you think that's a bit like odd? He goes, yeah, it fucking is. I'm like, thought so. And
so the guy with the man bun was the guy you're talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes. Do we read off Rice Eater's $5 dono, by the way?
Yeah, he read it.
Yeah, I read it.
Yeah.
We got 10 minutes and we gotta continue on Twitch so I can play Ghost, because I've been wanting to play it for the last hour. I'm fucking addicted to this game.
I think just to reply, Lefty VR, his comment, I again, like, completely agree with him on this. The way they are going, the Xbox is just going to be an OS to put on any machine. Yes,
basically,
yeah, I agree, man.
I'm doing that.
I would not be surprised if this is the last console they ever make, and then they literally integrate their shit on PC, xCloud, and that's it. Wouldn't be shocked, because it'll be on every phone, tablet, or whatever else it'll be on. Maybe they do something like what PlayStation did with the PlayStation TV, the little box thing where you can play PlayStation Now, games on PlayStation Now sort of thing.
Oh, yeah,
remember?
the PlayStation Vita TV.
Yeah, I think they might do that. That's a good thing, to be honest.
That's true, like a Roku stick or something.
Yeah.
That console.
But going off of what he said, man, Phil Spencer, I mean, unless he's probably lying about the shit too, but he already said that they're not bringing that to consoles because they don't want the full experience. Those are his words. And that was recent too.
I mean, Lefty, I just saw your comment as well. That's a good thing. Finally admitting consoles are nothing more than pre-built PCs. I mean, even they pack standard PC hardware. Again, yes, but with Sony, you know, Sony are selling, well, right now, last time we heard was like 110 million units, probably more now, right? That's a lot of money that's being generated from them. It's a business, it's a company like getting this money. So in a Sony perspective, in their eyes, that's a big fucking positive on their note, a huge positive. Whereas Xbox, right, they have gone from Xbox One, Xbox One S, Xbox One X, Xbox Sad Edition in this generation. They've made 4 fucking consoles. 4. Spent shit tons of money. And they are what? Like 50, 60 million units? That's not good. And now you're going on to Series S and Series X. And obviously, yes, they disbanded a lot of the consoles, so it's now Xbox One S, Xbox Series S, and Series X. But again, you've got 3 consoles over PlayStation, which will eventually just have PS4 Pro, PS5, and PlayStation 5 Digital Edition. And they will sell those consoles. Everyone knows they will sell those consoles. Because again, you know, it comes back to the exclusives, right? They have exclusives that are only on that platform that will sell the system, as well as whatever holds the future for PlayStation. So it works for Microsoft, again, also because they're a computer company, right? The computer software, they made Windows 7, XP, etc., etc. Sony have made laptops, stuff like that, but they don't make rigs. They don't do those sort of things. I mean, obviously, Microsoft, I don't know if they do or not. But again, Sony have their hands in multiple different pockets, right? They have it in music, film, animation, games, music, tech, even cars now.
They do image and sensory too. Their second biggest profit division is from image and sensors. People don't realize that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not even movies.
People buy their cameras and headphones, and also their TVs, and obviously the games, or their consoles. And then you've got again the music division, right? That publishes music. Also their film division that has multiple productions that make films, as well as their own animation studios as well. They get a shit ton of money, Sony do. And Microsoft, they only have their hands in technology, software basis. Pretty much that's it. I'm sugarcoating it a bit, but that's what they got. You guys see any Death Stranding gameplay on PC? I have. It looks fucking phenomenal. I like it.
I haven't. I have not, but I'm pretty sure it looks amazing.
It is a definitive version of Death Stranding.
Yeah, I think Lefty VR, I think the bottom line of this whole thing is that, they've already said that they don't think of Sony as competition, and I think it's bullshit.
Yeah.
But
when we lose, we don't care. When we're winning or we think we're going to win, it matters. Give me a fucking break.
Well, this is what the thing is. The reason why I think it's bullshit is because they knew that they were losing in a certain narrative, right? Or again, they were losing in the thing that they were winning at last generation, right? They were doing so good. So it's like, how do we get back to the top? Let's create a brand new thing that puts us in front, in which they've done. And it's kind of like Nintendo and Switch, right? Nintendo are literally that kid in the corner playing with themselves, right? Doing their own little thing in the distance, where PlayStation are on the other side of the playground.
You're eating dirt.
Well, no, that's what I mean. But the thing is, though, even though they're eating dirt, they are making more money and selling more Switches than what Xbox have done in the span of how many years they did.
I know, because it's actually entertaining when kids eat dirt.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, when you look at the revenue, you think they'd be making more. They're not making that much more than Xbox.
Not that,
because their online infrastructure is even close.
Oh, hell no, bro. Don't get me started on Nintendo Switch's online. They got great games, don't get me wrong, and they have a nice gimmick with the portability of their console. But the online is something that if they fix it, they shit on Xbox.
Yeah, they would. They would make so much more.
Yeah, they would make a lot of fucking money.
I mean, also to mention as well with the Xbox situation is that, again, like we look at Nintendo and PlayStation, right? They are consistently putting up numbers, right? They always put up their numbers of how much consoles they sold, as well as what their games have been doing, right? Whereas Xbox, they don't do that anymore. They are talking about users. They're talking about how many people are on Xbox Live, Game Pass, you know, or again, or in other service. You know, they are all about user numbers now, you know, engagement. Whereas PlayStation do talk about users and engagement, but they will mainly talk about numbers. So, like, you know, what game is selling the most, you know, how many numbers they've got on Plus, PlayStation Net, you know, how many users are on PlayStation Network, and how many consoles they sold, how many VR, things they've sold. Yeah. You know, I think it's pretty abundantly clear that when the Series X comes out, they give zero fucks how much the console sells.
Oh no, they're not gonna.
They're gonna be too embarrassed.
Yeah, they're gonna be very. Look, I'm gonna be honest. This gen, we got a sales report. I think it was what, like 4 million. Then they did one around 20 million, I think. And then I think after 20-something million, then they kind of stopped, and people started estimating for years. I don't think we're gonna get a fucking report.
Oh, no,
Isn't EA the one who usually leaks their shit?
Yeah, EA did it a few times.
Okay.
But I don't think we're getting a single report. But guys, we're about to wrap this up. We're going on to Twitch. Again, support me on Twitch. You know, it's not just me. Sometimes we just do a normal PlayStation Legion little stream over on Twitch. We talk and chill and fuck around. So we'll be over on Twitch. We're going to continue to talk. So if you guys want to support us over there, you can. I want to thank all the people that supported us today. We had about 80-something people at one time, which was crazy, man.
Shout out to everybody.
Yeah, shout out to everybody. Shout out to all the people that supported the Super Chat. Vedger, Rice Eater, somebody else. True Witty also supported on the Super Chat. Yep. I want to thank you guys. Of course, Vegan VR King, Dribble Piss, Rollo, Cyber Dragon,
Wraith.
Yeah, Wraith the Emperor was here. We got a lot of support today. I know a lot of people were live.
Ice Queen is always here.
Exactly. Ice Queen Gaming's always here, always supporting. I know a lot of people went live today, so I know the viewership got split at a certain point, but I want to thank all the people that came here. I want to thank the people that got the notification and showed up today, whether it was the manual one I send out everywhere or YouTube. I hope you guys remember the time. Every Sunday at 2 p.m. East Coast time. Every Saturday at 1 p.m. East Coast time. And during the weekdays, if I go live, it will be between the hours of 10 o'clock in the morning East Coast time to 11:30 East Coast time. If I'm not gone live by 11:30, don't expect me to go live. I'm not doing an hour live stream because it's probably too much to talk about. A video will be posted this week. That will be the graphical comparison between, the gameplay comparison between Killzone and Halo Infinite. What were you saying, Sam?
No, it's funny because like a lot of the regulars, I feel like I can remember off the top of my head. Like,
oh yeah, I can remember all the regulars. Yeah, it's a lot. It's like the list is growing though. We're getting a lot more, support. So the names of the shout out is fucking long now. It's a lot of
bro. Like Enzo's always in here. EDM,
yeah.
Thanks for the
fucking Enzo. I fucking forgot to shout out
Rallo
Enzo.
the God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm just gonna flip this to purple, and then we're gonna start right back up over on Twitch. I'll see you guys over there. My Twitch name is JaytechTV HD. The link should be in the description. It's also on my YouTube page. It's on the Twitter page, and I will be posting a link right now in the chat section. I want to thank you guys for the support. I'm about to continue to play Ghost of Tsushima and chat it up with Adam, Sams, and Briggs and figure out where the fuck Somatic is, because he said he was working on a project for me.